right, that's enough of that. Sorry, I had it on. I forgot I had it on loop. Anyway, hello everybody. It's Friday. We have made it to Friday. Thank goodness. I don't know. It's been a long week. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's just some weeks seem like they last like a month. But anyway, welcome. Tonight we're just doing a chill live stream, de-stress live stream on a Friday night. We haven't done one in a while. I can't remember the last one we've done, but I don't know. Tonight I just needed something besides true crime. I've been doing research and trying to get things put together for Missing Person Monday. This coming Monday, we'll be doing Hawaii, so I had to pick out what city we're going to do or whatever in Hawaii, and then I've been trying to research some cases to do pre-recorded videos that I upload during the week. So anyway, I was just getting a little bit burned out, but but we all know, we say it all the time, sometimes we have to take a break from the true crime stuff and decompress and de-stress and chill out a little bit. And so tonight is just a free-for-all. We can talk about whatever, movies, music, food, what you guys have been up to, whatever. You guys know how this goes. But let me see who is here. Miss Lisa Joe checked in. Hello, Miss Lisa Joe, our Spice Girl. I haven't asked her in a while which Spice Girl she is. And I like her little avatar picture. It looks like a deranged Barbie doll or something. So they might have to make a new Barbie doll. A Lisa Joe Barbie doll. Oh goodness. I don't know if she checked in at 8. I don't know if she made it back or not. Hopefully she'll make it back, but we'll have to ask her if she's interested in being a Barbie doll. Or one of the new Spice Girl Barbie dolls. That picture looks so, that's anyway, I love it. You can tell I'm loopy tonight. It's Friday. Oh, Skits checked in. West Side Crime Show. Welcome, my friend. Good to have you here. Please do check out Skits' channel. She does a wonderful job. And she said, I have shared your live stream out. Thank you so much. Yes, please do share it out for anybody that you think might enjoy tonight. Just to chill, talk about some movies, some music, whatever. Now, if there is any true crime stuff that's going on that you guys want to talk about, absolutely we can. Like I said, it's a free-for-all, open chat. Just always, I have it down at the bottom. I made a new crawler or one for today. It says, just have fun, play nice, and be respectful. As always. I don't know if our honorary troll will be here tonight or not. I don't know what Echoes is doing tonight. But anyway, Miss Paula is here. Good to see you, ma'am. Yep, it's been a while. It has been a while. Mark is here. How are you doing, my friend? Good to see you. I can't get comfortable tonight. It's like my chair is, something's off. I don't know what's off. But anyway, probably me. I'm off. Anyway. Yep, Skit says absolutely. Don't forget to do all the things. It does help the algorithm. For when we do our normal, for anybody new here, this is a true crime channel. You have not come to the wrong place, expecting true crime. We usually are doing true crime. Like I said, this is a decompressed night, but every Monday night we do our Missing Person Monday, where we feature missing persons, mostly cold cases that I feature on the channel. We do also feature unsolved cold case homicides. We feature unidentified Jane Does and John Does and baby does. Any true crime in the news, things that are going on currently, such as I know the Nancy Guthrie case is still going on. That's turned into a whole shite show. I don't even know what's going on with that. But so anyway. So that is what we usually do. So if, and it's always, it's a safe space for everyone. Everybody's opinions are welcome. We just ask that, everybody respect everybody's opinions, or respect everybody. We can agree to disagree. That's what I'm trying to say. And I do, like I said earlier, I do upload pre-recorded videos during the week. And then about every other Friday, we'll do either, we usually do a True Crime After Dark, where we do take a look at true crime that is currently in the news, or just stories that pop up in my Google news feed, or on Facebook or whatever, about cold cases, some that have been solved, some that they're trying to bring. It may have hit, unfortunately, an anniversary, like 5 years missing, 10 years missing, or 15 years unsolved, or whatever the case may be. Up to, I think we've featured cases up to 40 to 50 years that have gone unsolved. So we try to take a look at those and share those out as much as possible. So if that sounds like your cup of tea for what we usually do, please consider subscribing, and hit the notification bell to all, once again, so you will know when I go live or upload a video. You guys know you know the drill. You know the drill, but it's nice to have you here. If you're new here, thank you for joining us to chill out for a little bit tonight. And if you're watching Replay Crew, thank you very much. Our Replay Crew rocks. And please leave a comment down below to let me know if you are watching on replay. Skit says, nice intro. Yeah, that's the one I use for when we do like these fun ones. Not as serious, as the one they usually use for the live streams. But yeah, I like that music. Some good old rock and roll music. So what do you guys have been listening to? Any new music that you've been listening to, or old music, as the case may be? That's what I listen to most of the time, is old music, anywhere from the 60s up to, I don't know, maybe the early 2000s. I think after the early 2000s, I just kind of tuned out on the new music, because it just seems like it kind of went, and this is just my opinion, just kind of went downhill, But please let me know in chat what you think about new music, old music. What have you been listening to lately? Some of your favorite bands. What genres of music do you guys like? I have a very eclectic taste. I listen to everything from country to 80s hair bands, 80s music. That's my go-to. That's my jam, is anything 80s, to grunge. Some of the newer rock and roll is okay. There's been a few bands that have come out in the last couple of years that are pretty good. But just in general, rock and roll is my favorite genre. But I do listen to some country, listen to a little old school rap and hip hop every once in a while. So anyway, and besides true crime, some of our favorite things to talk about are music and movies and food. So who knows what we'll get into tonight? And I have been, let me see if I can find them. I've been pulling a Dave. For anybody who watches Out on the Prowl, our friend Dave, he has a channel, a true crime channel. He does one live stream a week on a late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. And he has found on StreamYard, they have sounds now. And he was playing with the sounds the other night. So, of course, I had to go in and find on StreamYard, because I hadn't messed with them a whole lot. And so I put some sounds in. So you might hear some sounds, appropriate sounds for whatever we're having to be talking about tonight at any point in time. So do not be alarmed. Do not be alarmed. Oh goodness, it's gonna be crazy tonight. I'm just me. I'm just goofy tonight. Loopy. Hey, Miss Miranda. Good to see you, ma'am. It is always good to see Miss Miranda. I hope you're doing well. Mustang is here. Good to see you, my friend. And before I forget, thank you to everybody, all the mods, everybody who has wrenches, who puts in links for me, to all our friend channels. Who keeps the trolls at bay. Like I said, we don't usually have a whole lot of problems. I'm a very small channel, so we don't have a whole lot of problems with trolls. Now we did have a couple come in the other night. Was it on our which live stream was that? Was that Missing Person Monday, or was it the last True Crime After Dark we did? We had a couple of trolls come in. I don't know, but they were dealt with accordingly, as usual. The mods were playing Whack-A-Troll, so they got rid of them. But I appreciate everybody who does that for me. Absolutely. Did you have a lot? I always miss. Was it going to come up? There it is. Skit says, thanks, or talking to Mustang, thanks for coming into my live and supporting me this morning. But I know Skits is in Australia or New Zealand, one or the other. I'll have to get over there and check it out, most definitely. Thank you, Mustang. There is a link to West Side Crime Show. Thank you very much. Also, to please do check out Miss Paula, our little, I call her our little, if I can talk. I swear I have not been drinking anything. There's nothing in my Sonic cup here except for sweet tea, I promise. Maybe I should have added something into it. Anyway, please do check out Miss Paula. She is our little ray of sunshine, or our little firecracker, all in one. I know Miss Paula is a big fan of movies and TV, so I'm sure she'll have some things to say tonight. It is always good, and she always does a morning short. Just always so positive, so uplifting. It's usually probably one of either the first thing or one of the first things that I watch whenever I pull myself out of bed before I'm getting ready to go to work. Because when you get my age, you gotta get up, you gotta take your meds, you gotta takes a little time to get awake and to get the old bones going, moving around. So I'll sit there for a minute and scroll through my YouTube feed and see what's up. And Miss Paula always pops up, so I have to watch Miss Paula's morning short. And sometimes she does them in the afternoon. And then she does her movie reviews. She does her TV reviews. So I always like to see what Miss Paula is up to. Oh, Miss Lisa Joe is back. Good to see you back. I can't see. Oh, it's a waving hand. I got to get some some real glasses. I can't see anything. Got my cheaters as usual. Did you hear the comment I made about your avatar? I love it. It looks like a deranged Barbie. So we're gonna make a Barbie doll out of you, or we're gonna write to who is it? Which company is it? Mattel? Whatever company makes Barbie dolls. We need to write to them, and they need to make a Lisa Joe Barbie doll that looks like that face there. I love it. I love it. Anyway. Lisa Joe says it has been a long week. Yes, it has. And I don't know. And to me, because it hasn't been, because I do Spark deliveries, deliver groceries for Wally World. And it's been really, really slow for the past probably 2 or 3 weeks. Which usually, of course, the first of the month is usually busy because people get their SSI checks and whatever. We know checks come out at certain times of the month. So usually the first of the month is busy. Maybe, or, the first week or two is busy, and then kind of in the middle will slow down a little bit. And then the last week is usually dead because, everybody's waiting to get paid again and for checks to come in. But it's been extra slow lately. But anyway, so I think to me that tires me out, just sitting in the car doing nothing, scrolling through whatever, usually YouTube or whatever. It tires me out more than if I was actually out, up shopping groceries, delivering them, moving around. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? It makes the day go by faster if you're actually, if you're busy doing something. Seems like it just drags by when it's slow. But anyway, Skit says she's glad she is here. She's been busy with getting her YouTube channel back up and running again. Yeah, that's hard work. Yeah, and my channel, what did I say the other night? The 13th of this month, February. It is still February, right? Was the 3-year anniversary for my channel, and I can't believe it's been 3 years already. So once again, a big thank you to everybody who has been here from the beginning, everybody who's joined along the way. I couldn't do it without you guys. Absolutely. I'd be sitting up here talking to myself. So thank you to everybody who watches the live streams, everybody who watches on replay, everybody who watches the pre-recorded videos, everybody who shares, likes, comments. Once again, that does help the algorithm get the important information that we usually have about the missing persons and the unsolved cases out to as many people as possible. Because definitely more awareness and just unfortunately just so many missing persons, so many unsolved homicides cases, so many unidentified does out there that it just, I could make I could upload 2 or 3 or 10 videos a day and it still would not be enough to cover, and not just me but all of us who share these cases, missing persons and things. We could just upload 24/7, or and it just still, we would still be behind, unfortunately, with getting the word out or trying to bring more awareness to all these cases. But anyway, we do our best. It's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. So you're going to be Bitchy Barbie and Bitchy Spice. I love it. I love it. I love it. We love Miss Lisa Joe. Oh my God. Now you're going to have that song in my head. Lisa Joe says, I had the funniest conversation this morning. We discussed earworms, which for anybody who doesn't know what earworm is, it's like a song you get stuck in your head and you can't get it out. I get them all the time, and the only way I can get them out is I have to actually find the song and listen to all of it, and then maybe it'll go away. But she said we discussed earworm songs that get stuck in your head. Song, but y'all don't want me to sing tonight. So now you got that song going through my head. Thank you so much, Lisa Joe. And I don't even like the original version of that song by the Cranberries. Now I do like the who was it? Bad Wolves, I think, did a remake of a Zombie. I can listen to. I do like that version, but the original version, I can't. Anyway, oh. Hey, Melissa Wildcard, good to see you, my dear. It's been a while. Haven't seen you in a while. Josh is here. Josh says that this is a true crime channel. Not tonight, buddy. Yes, this is always a true crime channel, but we have to take a break every once in a while. He's got his I can't see the emoji. It's one of the member emojis. The angry fire emoji. Oh, it's good to see you, Josh. Seriously, please check out Josh. I'm sure somebody's already put the link to his channel in. Josh's channel is Where Lavender Grows. Yes, it is a true crime channel. It's not a gardening channel. It is a true crime channel. He took a little bit of time off, but he's getting back into it now. So please do check out Josh. Me and Josh go back a long way, since even before either one of us had started channels. We would be in different chats. He was modding and some channels that I would listen or would go watch. Were you? I think you were in Mr. Steve, True Crime Web, and some other channels. Yeah, so me and Josh go back a long way. Me and Miranda go back a long way. Me and Junior Johnson go back a long way. I hope Junior's doing okay. He did pop in Monday night, I think he popped in. So me and Dave go back a long way, or all of us, just say me, all of us go back a long way. I would always see Dave in Mr. Steve's chats, True Crime Web. And for anybody who's not checked out Mr. Steve and True Crime Web, what are you doing with your life? Please go check it out. I'm sure somebody will throw the link in for me. Melissa says I've been filing or filling the Nancy Guthrie case every day on JLR channel. Yeah, that whole case, I don't know. There's just, I'm not by any means a professional anything, but I don't know. And it's not I know people have been talking about the sheriff and things that maybe he could have done different or hasn't done, or maybe shouldn't have done, and things he should have done. But it's turning into like a media circus is what I'm trying to say. I mean, it's just because somebody, who was it? Oh my gosh. Pat Brown. I watch Profiler Pat Brown, or Profiling with Pat Brown. I've been watching her channel for a while, and she did a kind of like a little 10-minute pre-recorded video where she said, they've turned it, some of the media, and talking about not just YouTubers, but a lot of the mainstream media has just turned that into what she called it, the Nancy Guthrie reality show, not in a good way. These things happen. We've seen other cases. I don't have to go into names. We've seen other cases that this has happened with, and it just irritates me to no end, as I'm sure it does you guys. But anyway, this was supposed to be fun tonight. Like I said, we can talk about any true crime that may come up. Yeah, Skit says, talking about the Nancy Guthrie case, so confusing, that case. I know. And I think the latest that's come back is because they did find a glove a mile or so away that they thought might have belonged, because they released they magically found God bless those techs who can go in and find this lost, or because the whoever the offender or offenders are took the Nest Cam or whatever out, and apparently I don't think they were paying for the subscription, so something about it was recording or not recording, but it was in the cloud somewhere. So they did manage to retrieve some of it. I'm babbling like an idiot as usual. But anybody who's been keeping up with the case knows what I'm talking about. So they did manage to retrieve some of it that does, and it's just so creepy. I've watched it a million times, and it does show, a male coming up. He's dressed, he's got a mask on and just dressed, he's got a backpack on. I just totally lost my train of thought. So they got that, and it showed him wearing these gloves. Okay, that's where I was going. They showed him wearing these gloves, and so then they came out the other day and said that they'd found a glove that either matched, or they think it might have belonged to one or more of the perpetrators, if there was more than one. And so they ran DNA. They found DNA from an unknown person at the house. And now apparently, if I'm remember correctly, the DNA that they found on the glove that they found wherever they found it away from the house does not match the unknown DNA that was found in the house. So back to square one with that, I'm assuming, unless there's something that's come out within the last 24 hours. But yeah, I'm sure law enforcement's doing all they can. Like I said, I know a lot of people have been talking about the sheriff, how he kind of likes to be on TV and, whatever, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, it is very confusing. I don't know. It's just, first they say, there's no signs of forced entry. Then they said there was signs of forced entry, and just, it's like back and forth. And they say, and then of course we've got some people out there that's, and some media people, I'm not going to name names, but I'm sure you guys have seen the video that one news on YouTube, she's on YouTube now, put out that said she had a source that a very trusted, reliable source that in law enforcement, that said that the one of the family members was the prime suspect. And then, of course, law enforcement says no. I think there's kind of conflicting stories on that too. First they said, or just from what I'm reading, once again, we have to be very careful with where we get the information from, which is hard to do with these kind of cases when it gets picked up and goes off and to the races. First it seems like sometimes they say all the family has been cleared, and then Some say that they have not been cleared, and it's just a whole big mess. A whole big mess. I mean, in my opinion, of course, I could be wrong. This is just my opinion. I don't think any of the family members had anything to do with it, but we don't know, obviously, for sure. But we will see, hopefully. But just, always keep in mind, we try to always keep in mind in these cases, the most important thing is getting, in this case, Miss Nancy back, hopefully safe and sound. And I think were doing something, using some kind of technology to try to see if her pacemaker, because she has a pacemaker, to see if her pacemaker was giving out any signals or something. There's some way that they could connect to see if it had been, I want to say pinging, but not like a phone, but just giving out any kind of signal or something to that effect. I'm very technologically challenged. So anyway, yes, once again, do the things Mark said. He used to listen to the Cranberries. What other song did they have besides Zombie? I'm trying to think of other songs that they have besides Zombie, which I can't stand. And thanks to was it Lisa Joe? Lisa Joe. She's got it in my head now. In my head now. What other songs did they have? Were they let me see if I can look up. Did they have were they one-hit wonders with that song? Let me look it up. Let me see what I can find. If I can spell. The Cranberries is an Irish rock band. That's the only good thing I can say about them, is they are from Ireland. I'm partial to Ireland. I have Irish heritage. No, I don't want to do whatever that is. Okay. They were formed in Limerick, Ireland in 1989, the year I graduated. Let's get to their, hold on. Let me go to the Wikipedia page. Let's see. Well, I just want songs. I want song list. Come on, where's the discography? Yeah, and unfortunately, in 2019, Dolores, what's her name? Dolores, was that her first name? The singer passed away in 2019. It doesn't seem like it's been that long ago, but I remember hearing about it. Yeah, and we're going to have to, I guess, not to bring things down, but have kind of an in memoriam, because we have had a lot of actors that have passed away within the last week or so. And then Brad, the singer from Three Doors Down, passed away. James Vanderbeek passed away. Both of them from cancer. His name just McDreamy from Grey's Anatomy. Eric Dane passed away. He had ALS. And I never watched. I was one. How many did any of you guys watch Grey's Anatomy? I might have caught an episode or two every once in a while, but he was on a show. I believe it was him called The Last Ship. I'm gonna have to look it up and see what year it came out. But that is where I know him from the most, is from that show. Very good show. If you like apocalyptic, end of the world, Walking Dead minus the zombies kind of shows. I think it was called The Last Ship, but he passed away. Robert Duvall passed away. Of course, I know him mainly from, well, of course, he's in Apocalypse Now, but he played Tom Hagen on The Godfather, the conciliary on The Godfather, or in the Godfather movie. So he passed away. So we've just had so many. They always say they go in threes, but I think we've had more than three within at least the last, 2 weeks. Sad. Anyway, so we were talking about the Cranberries, I think. I don't know. I was looking for I was looking for The list of their song. Okay, discographies. Because all I remember is Zombie. That's the only one I can remember by them is Zombie. I want to go through all the albums to look at the name of the. To the name of the tracks. Oh, none of these are ringing a bell. I don't know. I just remember Zombie. But anyway, let's see. Get caught up in comments some more. Skit said, yes, sometimes 50 years. Oh, you're talking about, the cold cases. Yeah. Yeah, we featured some, shared some that's, at least 50, a few. Absolutely. Just so sad. Yes, much love, as always, to the replay crew. Skit says, she's loving Seth Anthony. He is a country rapper singer. I'm trying to think if I've heard him or not. Let me look him up. Once again, if I can. Nothing's cooperating. As usual, I can't talk. What's his name? Seth Anthony. I have to check. No, it's not who I was thinking about. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check him out. It's got a song called "Oh Glory," one called "Never Gonna Change," one called "Tuesday." I wish we could play music on here. This would make live streams like this so much more interesting if we got actually play like movie clips or videos. I mean, I would play the videos from YouTube, music videos, but I get a copyright strike. But I will definitely have to check him out. Thank you, Mustang got in Josh's channel, Where Lavender Grows. Thank you very much. Melissa said 80s, the 80s music is the best music. I agree. My personal opinion. So my absolute favorite, like I said earlier, is the 80s. Early 80s, I was probably into like I think they called it the second British New Wave. Duran Duran is my very first music band crush. I still love them to this day. They're one of my go-to bands to listen to when I'm just, I always have to be listening. If I'm not watching YouTube videos or researching stuff for the channel or, watching something on TV, DVR, I'm listening to music. If I'm in the car, I'm listening to music. If I'm at home and not doing anything else, I'm listening to music. I'll have Pandora, Spotify, or something on. So what do some of you guys go to, either genres of music, bands, songs, that just when you're just want to listen to music? And for me, it depends on what kind of mood I'm in. Dictates what kind of music I listen to. If I'm going to listen to country, if I'm going to, of course, my go-to, like I said, is 80s, early 80s, and then the hair bands of the late 80s, early 90s, grunge, 60s. I love 60s music. 70s, we had a lot of disco going on in the 70s. Not a huge fan of disco. About the only disco I listen to is the Bee Gees. I don't know. I guess I watched Saturday Night Fever. Almost said Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Fever too many times. But anyway, yes, the 80s, in my opinion, and in Melissa Wildcard's opinion, is the best. When I was starting to say early 80s, I listened to Duran Duran, Who Cultural Club, Wham, Mr. Mister, who else? Cyndi Lauper, Madonna, Tina Turner, and then Mid to late 80s, early 90s is when the hair bands came in, which are my absolute favorite. The Bon Jovi, Poison, Warrant, Skid Row, Slaughter, Motley Crue. The list goes on and on and on. Great White, White Snake, Tesla, Firehouse, you name it. You name it. You name it, I listen to it. And then early to mid 90s is when the grunge started coming in. I also love grunge. You had the Pearl Jam, Nirvana, Alice in Chains, groups like that. Still listen to those too. So anyway, those and and I love what what I consider classic rock, which is now classic rock is 80s and 90s rock is considered classic rock now, which just, I hate that because it makes me feel so old. But what I consider like classic rock back when I was young was like, the Led Zeppelin, Janis Joplin, The Doors, Jimi Hendrix, CCR, The Who. What are they called now? Oldies? Ancient rock? I don't know. Anyway, this is crazy. Lisa Jo says, you already know what I like. Well, I don't know. What do you like? What are you talking about? You'll have to be more specific. Yep, Skit says, also agrees the 80s was the best. Thank you very much. 80s. We got some 80s ladies. There's a country song called 80s Ladies. Yes, I agree. This is a true statement in my opinion. Melissa says country ain't country anymore. This is true. I was raised on, speaking of 70s, of course I was born in 71, so I was young in the 70s. But I was old enough to remember, I think my mom listened to a lot of the 70s country. So you had I was raised on like Loretta Lynn, Johnny Cash, Dolly Parton, Willie Nelson. I want to say Ricky Nelson. Ricky Nelson is a singer. He didn't sing country, but that kind of, to me, that's country. The old school country, OG country. Now I did go through my phase where I listened to 90s country, like when Kenny Chesney was really big, and Toby Keith, and Keith Urban, and everything's flying out of my head. That kind of country, Tim McGraw, which most of them are still around to some extent. And of course, my mom loves George Strait, as do I. George Strait. We listen to a lot of George Strait, but yeah, to me, country has become pop, too poppy for me, if that makes sense. Like I said, I was raised on the old school country, so it's just, if I'm going to listen to country, it's either going to be the 90s country that I liked, or what I call the is there a classic country? There's classic rock. Can there be classic country? Anyway, Mark says, I was listening to a Pink Floyd album the other day. Oh, if Echoes was here, he would be proud of you. Pink Floyd is Echoes, one of Echoes' most favorite band. Yeah, I heard they were playing a lot of Pink Floyd on the radio today when I was at work. Heard a lot of Pink Floyd. Melissa says she likes old country. Thank you. Yep. Let's see. There we go. You and Echo. Josh and Echoes would get along. Josh says Pink Floyd is his jam. Excellent. Yeah. Skit says I said Whack-A-Troll. Y'all, you guys, the mods with wrenches play Whack-A-Troll. Yes, Whack-A-Troll. Got to play Whack Control sometimes. Let's see. Skit says, "Oh, you're talking about your live stream?" Says she had one early hours her time, New Zealand time. Yep, New Zealand. Haven't seen Far. Speaking of New Zealand and Australia, haven't seen Miss Far tonight. She's in Australia. Now you're talking about language horror movies. Melissa says, "Yes, me and Paula followed the same horror channels." I know I always forget about to. Miss Paula has told me about some horror channels that she watches. I'm gonna have to get over there and check them out, but she'll have to remind me which ones they are, what they're called. Sorry, you heard my squeaky cup here. Yes, I saw that. Melissa said, "We love our horror channels. We can't wait to see Scream 7." And I just saw they're fixing to make, oh my God, what was it? I can't even think of it now. As Paula says, she can't hardly wait for Scream 7. They're making a number, is it a number 5 of one of the horror franchises? Oh my gosh, what was it? Somebody help me. You guys who watch horror movies also, they're making a number 5 of something. I think it was a number 5. I can't remember what it was. I just read something about it the other day. It says Scream 7 will be a good one. Oh, that's excellent. Josh says, "I'm giving a talk tomorrow at our local Comic-Con about why we love true crime and horror." Is there any way you can record that so we can watch it at some point? I would love to listen to that. I don't know if there's any way that you could do that. But yeah, I've noticed, at least for me, to me, true crime. I mean, I love true crime, obviously, or not love it, but I've always been interested. It started with the serial offender aspect, but then when I was very young, too young to be probably reading stuff about serial killers and the like. I read Helter Skelter very young, so that got me into the serial offender and cult kind of aspect of it. But then as I got older, and more mature, I look, I'm still obviously still interested in the serial offenders and things, things of that nature, but I've learned to look past it and to concentrate more on the victims and the families, because they are obviously the most important part of any missing persons or unsolved homicide case. But yeah, it just seems like, and a lot of you guys, a lot of people I talk to, they love true crime, they love the horror genre, the paranormal also. I'm interested in the paranormal. So I would be interested to know what you think about why we like all these, why they go hand in hand, kind of, if you know what I'm trying, if you get what I'm saying, I would love to be able to hear that. Mustang said, "West Side Skits had a great live. I'm going to have to get over there and be replay crew." Absolutely. Skit says, "Thanks. I'm still trying to get the hang of things again, but I'll get them. I'll get there, as it's been a while since I've been live." Yeah, it's hard. Even because here 2-3 months ago, I took about a month off. I really didn't do anything. And even just taking a month off, 2-3 weeks a month off, it took me a while to get back into the groove. Mustang says West Side is doing awesome. Josh says he'll also catch the replay. Thank you very much. I'm gonna have to get back on. Skits mentioned Discord. I do have a Discord channel. I have not checked in on it in forever. So I'd have no idea what's going on with it over there. But Josh says content creation takes quite a bit. Absolutely. I'm also getting mine back up again. Just bought a new gaming computer to keep up with what I want to do. Excellent. Yes, I was correct. Bad Wolves did do the remake of Zombie. I do like Bad Wolves version. And Bad Wolves has a couple of other songs that I like. They're one of the new, what I call newer. They've probably been around a few years, but I do like them. I do like them. See, there goes Lisa Joe again with the earworm thing. Stop it. Stop it. Did you just rickroll me? Now she's singing Rick Astley. Oh God. And now I can see the video and his crazy stupid dancing for have you guys seen the Rick Astley Never Gonna Give You Up video? The way he dances in that video. I mean, I can't talk, I can't dance to save my life, but I do like the song. I do like the song, but that is another song that gets stuck in my head. Oh, goodness gracious. Thank you, Lisa Joe. If they do make a Barbie doll of you, I'm going to tear your head. I'm going to tear the head off of it. Oh, goodness. Thank you, Skit says she subbed up to Josh's channel. Thank you very much. Yes, it was excellent seeing Junior. We were getting worried about Junior. I hadn't seen him in nobody had seen him in a few weeks or a couple of months, but come to find out he had been what did he do? He bought a house and flipped it or fixed it up to use as a rental, and I think he moving because he used to spit. He used to spit. He could spit too. Who knows? He used to split his time between Kentucky and Michigan, but I think he's kind of settled in Michigan and has been working on this house to get it fixed up. And I think he said he was going to rent it out, I believe, if I remember correctly. Yes, Josh said thank you. Absolutely. Oh, Miss Lisa Joe has been a member for 21 months. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So guess what? We get to oh my gosh, let me find the cow. The cow has gone AWOL. There she is. Sorry, I forgot to turn the loop off. So we've got cows everywhere. We've got cows mooing everywhere. It's like Twister. We got cows flying around everywhere. Oh, anyway. Now let me get back down. So thank you. In all sincerity, thank you so much, Miss Lisa Joe. She has been a longtime supporter. Thank you very much. There is Mr. Steve's channel, True Crime Web. I wonder if we should put up the Mr. Steve may be busy. It's been a long time since I put up the Mr. Steve signal. Let me find it. Where's it at? Hold on. There it is. There's the Mr. Steve signal. And let's see, what else can we do to summon him? Oh God! Now I'm like Dave, having too much fun with the sounds. So there's the Mr. Steve signal. I know he said he did pop in. Oh my gosh! Let me get back down to here. What am I doing? There it is. Okay. There we go. I know Mr. Steve did pop into the chat the other night. So we asked him what he was doing, making sure he was getting enough rest for one, but he said he was getting ready, getting cases together, because he's retired now. He's former, for anybody who doesn't know, former law enforcement, former CSI. He's retired now, but he has a nonprofit that allows him to go out and help families free of charge with trying to help find their loved ones, working on cold cases to try to get justice for some of these families and these victims. So he said he was getting cases, whatever. Of course, he can't obviously say exactly what cases he's going to be working on, and we absolutely understand that. But yeah, he said he was getting ready. He'll be going back out on the road this summer, as he always does, to do the good work, boots on the ground. I think his channel is still around. He's just been so busy that he just, like I said, he's out during the spring and summertime when the weather's good, and I guess a little bit during the winter time. I think he takes the winter time off to rest, which he needs to do, and spend time with the family, and then figure out what cases he's going to be working, and doing follow up on the cases that he's been working on, the year before or whatever. But yeah, he hasn't done a live in a long time, but like I said, we absolutely understand. It is so very important for him to be out there helping these families, try to get some closure, some answers, some justice. So we love Mr. Steve is a favorite around here. Absolutely. Skit says, congrats to Lisa Joe on the 21-month membership. Absolutely. Yep, he still does have content. Yeah. And even though he hasn't been live in a long time, if you haven't, I encourage anybody to go over there, watch his past live streams, watch his videos. He does a lot of CSI recreation videos that are excellent. They're creepy when he has his little creepy mannequins in them. They're very creepy, but they're worth watching. Hey, Miss Avery. Yes, I can see you. I can see you. How are you doing, ma'am? Good to see you. We are glad you're here. Yep, I can see you. I don't know if anybody else can, but I can see you. Skit says there's been a lot of things that have come up one after the other. Absolutely. Oh yeah, Josh said thought we weren't true criming tonight. I know, we're gonna get on to the fun stuff. I promise. I promise. Yep, Skit says she can see you, Miss Avery. Yep, we can see you. We can see you. Yes, thank you, Mustang, for reminding me. Please do check out Stolen Spirits, MMIWG, here on YouTube. If you do Facebook, they're on Facebook, and I do have a link. And I'm going to have to go back. Yes, there's the link. I will throw their Facebook link in because I have it right here. So I will throw that in quickly. So if you do Facebook, please do check them out on Facebook. Obviously, you can tell by the name. They concentrate on missing and murdered Indigenous women, and missing and murdered Indigenous persons. They make such gorgeous, informative flyers, missing persons flyers. They just do Miss Brady's over there, Miss Nicole, that whole gang over there just does such a wonderful job. They are one of our favorites. Oh, thank you so much, Miss Avery. Sent a $20 super sticker. She says, sorry, I've missed so many shows lately. Life gets in the way, Miss Jaw. That is fine, Miss Avery. We understand. But thank you so much. Absolutely. That is just too kind of you. So we get to put another cow in the pasture. Oh my gosh. I keep losing the cow. She's hiding. Thank you so much, ma'am. It is very much appreciated. It will go right back into the channel. As I always say, I do not, I'm not here for the money. I definitely don't get rich doing this. So anything I make from super stickers, super chats, memberships goes right back into the channel. I mean, you know, you can tell this is not a big expensive production we do here, but I do have to pay for StreamYard, which is very expensive. And I do have one photo or a video editor that I just pay the basic plan for that, that I use sometimes. And just, you know, upkeep. So like I said, everything goes right back into the channel, so everything is very much appreciated. I don't know who you're talking to, but Josh, you're awesome too. Josh says you're awesome and thanks for supporting the channel. Absolutely. Yep. Skit says thank you to Avery for the super chat and supporting the channel. We appreciate it very much. Oh, I forgot about Linger. Thank you. Yeah, the Cranberries sing Linger. Now that one's going to be in my head. I do like that one. I do like that one. I can listen to that one. Not a whole lot. I mean, I couldn't listen to it on repeat. Now there are some songs that I could just listen to over and over and over again. So feel free to put anything in the chat, anything you guys want to talk about. Is there a song that you could just, if you were stranded on a desert island and you could only listen to one song, now you wouldn't have to listen to it over and over again 24/7, but if it was the only song that you had to listen to whenever you wanted to listen to a song, what song would that be? Or you can put two songs in if you can't narrow it down to one. But if there's just, preferably if there's just one song. God, that is such a hard question now that I think about it. Goodness, I would have to think. I'm going to have to think about that one for a while. I don't know what mine would be. Skit says, talking about the Cranberries, they had like one-hit wonders, but also had other songs. Yeah, I'd forgotten about Linger until Miss Paula mentioned it. And then Miss Lisa Joe too said Linger. Yep. You like Linger? Yeah, I can handle that one. I can handle that one. Skit said she thinks it was cancer. Yeah, I know. Because we're talking about unfortunately all the actors that have been passing away, and then Brad, the singer for Three Doors Down. I know his was cancer, which that one I was sad, obviously, but that one didn't surprise me because he had been posting since he had announced, and I think his was either, I think his was colorectal cancer. I'm not sure. Is it either him or James Vanderbeek? But anyway, that's neither here nor there. It was cancer. But when he was diagnosed, and I think he was already into stage 4, I believe, when he was diagnosed. So when he announced it, and then he would post. Of course, he stayed positive and did treatments, but so I kind of tried to keep up with his. And then I knew I'd heard about James Vanderbeek, but it was still that one was kind of a shocker, or took me by surprise. Also, and Eric Dane, which I guess maybe I'd forgotten that he had ALS. But yeah, when it came up, I got a notification that he had passed away. I was like, oh my gosh, so sad. And then Robert Duvall was definitely a shocker. I don't think he was that old. How old was he? Hold on. Hear me pecking on my keyboard. I don't think he was that old. On the Wikipedia. Oh no, he was born in 1931. Usually it tells how old they were. I was thinking he was maybe just in his 70s. He would maybe have been 80. Hold on. I know I'll find a Something that'll tell me how old he was. Oh no, he was 95. Good Lord. Never mind. He was 95. Let me try to find an article, but I guess I don't know if he passed away of anything in particular, or just old age. I don't say that to be flippant, but just 95 years old. So here's an article from AP News. Robert Duvall, Oscar-winning actor and Godfather mainstay, dead at 95. So Robert Duvall, the Oscar-winning actor of matchless versatility and dedication, whose classic roles included the intrepid consigliere of the first two Godfather movies and the over the hill country music singer in Tender Mercies. I don't think I ever watched Tender Mercies. Has passed away at age 80 or 95. It says that he passed away peacefully at his home in Middleburg, Virginia, according to an announcement from his publicist. And this was February 16th, 15th or 16th. This article is from the 16th. So he passed away peacefully at his home in Middleburg, Virginia, according to an announcement. I can't talk. An announcement from his publicist and from a statement posted on his Facebook page by his wife, Luciana. She wrote, quote, "To the world, he was an Academy Award-winning actor, director, and storyteller. To me, he was simply everything. His passion for his craft was matched only by his deep love for characters, a great meal, and holding court. For each of his many roles, Bob gave everything to his characters and to the truth of the human spirit they represented." So sad. So he was also in Apocalypse Now. Let's see, what else was he in? He played Boo Radley in To Kill a Mockingbird. He was in Tender Mercies. He was in the miniseries Lonesome Dove. I remember watching that. That came out in 89. In 2005, he was awarded a National Medal of Arts. He had already, of course, like I said earlier, I know him mostly from The Godfather, because I love anything to do with, or I'm interested, when I say I love, interested in anything to do with the mafia. I love mafia movies. Of course, The Godfather, I love the Godfather movies, but he had been acting for 20 years before the Godfather movies came out, because the first one came out in 1970. I was only about a year old when the first Godfather movie came out. So yeah, just so sad. Yeah, he was in Apocalypse Now. Played Lieutenant Kilgore, the one that had the famous line. I love this. He was the one that said that line, right? "I love the smell of napalm in the morning." I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Yep. It smells like, what does it smell like? Victory. Anyway, so sad. Now I feel like I'm bringing everything down. This was supposed to be fun tonight. But we are talking about movies, so we do have to pay our respects, as it were, to those that have passed. Like I said, James Van Der Beek. Man, oh man. All right, I lost my place here. Oh, there I am. Yep, Miss Paula says prayers to his family. Absolutely. Yep, it says a lot of good stars are passing. It seems like there's somebody else. So it was Robert Duvall, Brad from Three Doors Down, James Van Der Beek, Eric Dane. Seemed like there might have been another one in there. I don't know. Mustang says she never watched Grey's Anatomy. I didn't either. Like I said, I think my baby brother and sister-in-law may have watched it, but I may have caught clips of it, or maybe a few minutes of an episode if I was flipping through channels trying to find something to watch. But I think he was what they call him, McSteamy or McDreamy or whatever. But like I said, let me make sure I got the right show. I believe he was in the one that was in, or he was the one that was in. It's called The Last Ship. It was on for 5 seasons. Let me go down to Wikipedia. Yeah, Eric Dane. He was the main character. He played Tom. That was a good show. Like I said, if you like the kind of end of the world apocalyptic movies, you would like, or I did. You would like The Last Ship. Yeah, he's called McSteamy. Sloan on Grey's Anatomy. Captain Tom Chandler is who he played in The Last Ship. He was in a show called Euphoria. Played Cal Jacobs. I don't think I ever watched that one. He had 2 kids, 2 children. Wasn't he married to an actress? I can't think of her name. Who was he married to? Rebecca Gayheart. That's who he was married to. And he was only, how old was he? And he passed away from ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease. He wasn't that old. Usually, I'm trying to find, oh my gosh. Let me just go to one of the articles. He was only 53. He was about my age. I'm 54. So Eric Dane, the actor best known for his role as Dr. Mark Sloan on the hit medical series Grey's Anatomy, passed away at the age of 83. In April 2025, he announced he had been diagnosed with ALS or Lou Gehrig's disease. His family said in a statement, a quote, "With heavy hearts, we share that Eric Dane passed on Thursday afternoon following a courageous battle with ALS. He spent his final days surrounded by dear friends, his devoted wife, and his 2 beautiful daughters, Billy and Georgia, who were the center of his world." Oh, so sad. Yeah, he was about, I might as well say he was my age. So sad, so sad. All right. Let me get back over here. Miss Paula, you talking about Grey's Anatomy? She said for a little while I did. You watched it for a little while. Yep, Dawson's Creek. Yeah, Josh says James Van Der Beek, one of my young crushes, loved his character Dawson. It was my Metro soap when I was in high school. Yeah, I watched. I didn't watch Dawson's Creek religiously, but once again, I think that's another one of the shows that my baby brother and sister-in-law watched. Now I loved him in the what was the football movie? Oh my God, I love that was a movie. We're going to talk about movies that we can watch over and over. And now the name of it just Varsity Blues. Love Varsity Blues. He was in Varsity Blues. I love that movie. Of course, he was in Dawson's Creek. What else was he in? And I think they were talking about in one of the DJs on the radio when they do their, talk about entertainment stuff between songs. I think she said that there was a TV show that he had filmed that had not started yet. That is going to be shown. I can't remember. I don't even know if she said what the name of it was. And then some other project that he did before he passed away. Excuse me, that hasn't come out yet. Excuse me. Apparently my supper didn't agree with me. So let's see. Just find an article. So all there now, there apparently there's, so I guess somebody, his friends started a GoFundMe for him, or for his wife and kids to help pay for expenses. So apparently there's a big brouhaha going about that right now. But they've raised, so this article came out a day ago. They've raised $2.7 million. Because you know that just the treatment, can you imagine how much it cost just for the treatment of the ALS? I mean, even if you're an actor and have money, I mean, healthcare is just so expensive. Anyway. So Vanderbeek was only 48. So James Vanderbeek, a heartthrob who starred in coming of age dramas at the dawn of the new millennium, shot to fame playing the titular character in Dawson's Creek. So a statement from his family says, quote, "Our beloved James David Vanderbeek passed away peacefully this morning. He met his final days with courage, faith, and grace. There is much to share regarding his wishes, love for humanity, and the sadness of time. Those days will come. For now, we ask for peaceful privacy as we grieve our loving husband, father, son, brother, and friend," end quote. And he passed away from colorectal cancer. Let's see if it says anything about these projects that have not come out yet in this article. Oh, what did I just do? I don't know. I'll have to look it up, what these projects were that he had filmed, but they haven't come out yet. Talk about Varsity Blues. Anyway, it's just so sad. All right, we gotta get to talking about something that'll bring us up a little bit here. Yep, Skit says Dawson's Creek was a good high school show. Absolutely. See, and I watched. When was Dawson's Creek on? Was it more in the early 90s, mid 90s, late 90s, early 2000s? I guess I could look it up. I mean, in the 90s, I watched I love Beverly Hills 90210, Saved by the Bell, those kind of shows. So when did Dawson's Creek come out? Let me look it up. It may have been later on. No, when you get my age, all the years start to run together. You forget when shows are on. Dawson's Creek. Go to good old Wikipedia here. Well, it started in the late 90s. It started in January of 1998, and it went for 6 seasons. So late 90s, early 2000s is when it was on. Skit says Anthony. I'm lost. Anthony who? Miss Paula loves 80s music. I'm telling you, everybody loves 80s music because you know it was the best music. Mustang says her absolute favorite music is the 60s. Yeah, see, I was raised on 60s music. CCR, Three Dog Night, whatever my parents, that's the kind of music my parents listened to and handed down to us. Me and the brothers, Echoes and Baby Brother. So yeah, that's 60s music and 80s music is my favorite music. And grunge. So my top 3 are 60s, 80s, and grunge. Yeah, so I'm at copyright or wish we could play music. Josh is, I do wish they had at least a copyright clearinghouse for streamers via YouTube. I've written to them about that. See, and they do provide, like when you do a short, you can add music to it. I mean, you have to pick what they have listed. So, and they do have some good songs that you can use for the shorts. So I don't know if they have the copyright or the rights to use it. Why can't we use, if you could use it on a short, why couldn't we like play the video or play the music on a live stream? I don't know. Mustang says she does love the 80s too. Absolutely. Yeah, Melissa says 80s movies, TV shows, toys, music, all that. Absolutely. Yeah, so I do have a second channel where I do, it's non-true crime related, where I do talk about, it's called Southern, I've changed the name of it so many times. Right now it's currently named Southern Retro. Because I'm Southern and I'm into retro stuff. But I do post a lot of 80s. Where did it go? There it is. I don't post a lot of stuff over there, but I do post some shorts, talking about music and the toys and just anything 80s. Why does it keep going away? Oh, you can set the timer. I wanted to say, but there. Anyway, yeah. If you want to contact me, I hit the wrong one. There's my email. Yeah, Southern Retro. So go check it out. Subscribe if you haven't already. Because if I had enough subscribers and get enough people over there, we could do these kind of shows over on that channel, on the second channel, and then keep this one just purely the true crime. But I haven't even checked lately to see how many subscribers I have over there. Probably not a whole lot, because like I said, I don't post a whole lot over there. Just every once in a while. Let's see. Melissa says, not a music fan, but if I listen to music, it's some rap, 80s music, and old country. Can't go wrong with any of those. See, if I listen to rap, it's like the old school 80s rap, hip hop is what I listen to. Paula says she also loves 90s music and musicals. Absolutely. Mark says classical music or classic rock. Excellent. Melissa says Journey, Madonna, Fleetwood Mac, Bon Jovi, all excellent choices. I wholeheartedly agree with every one of those. Thank you very much. Oh, Mustang says she loves the hair metal except for the sappy ballads. I like the sappy ballads. Now I do like the rockers, but I like me a sappy ballad every once in a while. As Paula says, Queen, Michael Jackson, New Kids on the Block, Tiffany, Debbie Gibson, Prince. Excellent. You see, I'm wearing my, I don't know if you can see, I'm wearing my Purple Rain t-shirt tonight. All excellent. There we go. Oh, I know. Metallica is even, Lisa Jo says she heard Enter Sandman, which is Metallica, on the classic rock station. I know. But yeah, I mean, Metallica's been around for a while, but come on. I mean, they're playing 90s, I'm talking about grunge or 90s rock, like Soundgarden and Nirvana and Pearl Jam. They play those, they call, classic rock. And most of them are still around. Pearl Jam's still around, which there are a lot of bands from the 50s, 60s that are still around. But I mean, come on. Lisa Jo says her first concert was New Kids on the Block, and she has a friend that knows Tiffany. You guys remember Tiffany? Yeah, a few years ago, they had a lot of them got together. New Kids, Tiffany, Salt and Pepper. Who else? I don't think Debbie Gibson was with them, but they called it the mixtape tour. And they did come to Memphis. So me and my baby sister-in-law and Some of her friends there's about 5 or 6 of us that got tickets and went to see them in Memphis, and it was such a good concert. Such a good concert. Really enjoyed it. Thank you. I couldn't remember who sang it. I was talking about the country song 80s Ladies. Katie Oslin sang that. I do like that song. Yeah, Melissa says 90s country was good, but not the now country. I agree. I agree. Yeah, Miss Polly wants to know how Lisa Jo's friend knows Tiffany. Mustang said, I remember that song. There's a tear in my beer, country. Yep. Oh God, who sang that one? I can't remember who sang that one. I can hear it. I can't remember who sang it though. Oh, getting I almost kicked myself out of the live stream here. Oh, don't want to do that. Hold on. There we go. Josh says, I love Janis Joplin. Excellent choice. I do too. Nina. Oh, I remember her. Nina Simone. What did she sing? Nina Simone, Pink Floyd, Kansas, Leonard Skinner, Dizzy Gillespie, Jesse Wells, Queen, Bob Dylan, Norah Jones. All excellent choices and very eclectic. I love that. You got to listen to all kinds of music. You can have your favorites, your go-tos, but I'll listen to anything once. I'll listen to it twice if I like it. Okay, so Lisa Jo said her friend who knows Tiffany owns a club and she comes to the club. Yes, as Miss Paula says, cool, absolutely. Welcome to the machine. Yep. Good old Pink Floyd. Oh, yeah, Miss Paula says, I think We're Alone Now, which Tiffany did, was featured on Stranger Things season 5. Hey, Butterfly Kisses. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome, welcome. We're just chit-chatting and having some fun tonight. Melissa says Scream and Halloween are her favorite horror franchises. Yes. Love the original Halloween, the first one. The second one, second one were good. Third one was at the Season of the Witch, sucked. A lot of them, after the first, that's just my opinion. After about the second Halloween of the original ones, now Rob Zombie did do his takes, reboots, which I did like his reboots of the Halloweens. He did 2 of them. But I love Rob Zombie. I loved his music when he was in White Zombie, and then he went solo music, and then he started doing movies. But yeah, the Halloween franchise is one of my favorites, and the Scream franchise is one of my favorites also. Yep, Josh says there are 7 Screams. Yes, there are. There are. Okay, so I was asking Melissa earlier about the horror channel. She says, I'll tell you movies and Beyond channel, the Night Watch Zone channel, and Killer Jake channel. Excellent. I will have to definitely check them out. Mustang says Scream or Scary Movie. I like the Scary Movie parody. I like that. Melissa said Terrier 4. What was I talking about? Oh no, yeah, I was talking about there was another. I think it was a horror franchise that I think number 5 was coming out. I can't, or it might not have been horror, but it was just a series, a franchise that number 5 was. And I was like, I'm gonna have to watch that, but I can't for the life of me, of course, remember what it was. So okay, so that might have been it. Melissa says they are doing a Scary Movie 5. Uh-oh. Miss Lisa Joe coming with the... Now you're going to have me thinking about Cujo. She's talking about... She said the scariest movie called Good Boy. The main character is a duck toller, which is a dog. So it just hits differently when it looks like my dog. Yeah, at least Miss Lisa Joe has duck tollers. When I think of dogs in horror movies, Cujo, obviously. What are some other horror movies that feature dogs? Cujo is the only one that comes to my mind right now. Okay, so are these the channels? As Paula said, Craven. I like that, Craven. Wes Craven. Craven, something scary. I viewed him 6 times. Destination Station, and I like scary. Melissa says her favorite horror channel is Movies and Beyond. I think that's the one that you guys have mentioned when we were talking about it a while back. Josh says, I was at a university social today and forgot I was carrying around a graphic novel in my hand on the torso analyzer. Did you get some strange looks there, Josh? Some strange looks? Paula says she loves them, and Movies Beyond does sometimes do paranormal videos. See, I do. I like paranormal also. Let's see. I was talking about Discord again. I've got to get over and check my Discord channel. I don't know. Melissa says she's going to go see Scream 7 the day it comes out when she gets off work. Yesterday was your birthday, Melissa? Is that what you said? Yesterday was my birthday? Okay, hold on. Hold on. I have something for you. What I'll give it. Here we go. Happy birthday. And let's see, what else do I got? Oh, we got Snoopy. So we'll give Miss Melissa some applause for her birthday. Thank you very much. Or thank you very much. Happy birthday, Miss Melissa. Oh my God, you had to mention Vanilla Ice. Melissa said, yes, that video is funny. Are you talking about what were we talking about earlier? The Rick Astley video. She says, yeah, that video is funny, just like the Vanilla Ice video. Oh my God, I love that song, Ice Ice Baby. It's one of my guilty pleasures. Yes, that video. I haven't watched that video in so long. That's why I wish we could play videos on here. Man. Yeah, that video was funny. And I used to get sing every word to Ice Ice Baby. Yep, absolutely. Happy birthday to Miss Melissa. Paula said she was going to do the same thing about going to see Scream 7, but plans have changed. I'm seeing it the day after, the 28th. It's been so... I can't even remember the last movie I went to see in the theater. It was probably... The last one I remember seeing in the theater was the third set of the Star Wars trilogies, the second one that came out. No, I saw the first one and the second one in the theater of that group of trilogies, the last trilogy. I have not seen the last one in that particular set. What was the last one? The Rise of Skywalker. I haven't seen that one yet, but I have Disney Plus, so I will get around to watching it. But to me, the original trilogies, which was 4, 5, and 6, A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi, in my opinion, are the best. Anyway, yes, once again, happy birthday to Miss Melissa. I'm sorry you had a bad day on your birthday. Oh, Melissa said she's missing my mom and dad, especially yesterday. Thoughts and prayers and good vibes to you, Miss Melissa. Absolutely. Um, you're not over the hill. She says, I'm 49 now, almost over the hill. You're not over the hill. You're just you're only as old as your mind says you are. Pay no attention to what your body says. Pay attention to what your mind says. In my mind, I'm still like 18, 19, 20 years old. The body, not so much. Not so much. It feels like I'm 60, 70, or 80. Yeah. Mustang says I'm 50. I'm on the top of the hill with no brakes. Yeah. Yep. I'm going down the hill. I'm 54. I just turned 50. I turned 54 in May, so I'm sliding down the other side. You are not 46. Miss Paula says she's 46. Oh, you're talking about Summer Wells. Melissa says, do you ever think the case for Wells will ever get solved, or Evansville? I don't know. I do know. So Evansville is Lyric and Elizabeth. I know Mr. Steve has done a lot of. I don't know if he's done work on it. He probably has, but I know he's covered it. He covered it a lot on his channel. I do know of the Summer Wells case. I've not deep dived it, so I don't know all the ins and outs of that case. But both cases are so sad, so sad. Or yeah, Evansdale, not yeah, Evansdale, yeah. Mustang says, I hope so. Yep, absolutely. We also have, I know Mr. Stevens then featured the Amber Crum case from, I believe that one was from Texas, right? Has talked to her dad many times, has had her dad on his channel many times. It's another sad one. Yeah, also the JonBenet Ramsey case. You can go down, I'm telling you, there's so many conspiracy theories and rabbit holes with that case. So now the big thing now is, so first it was Katy, was it Katy? They thought Katy, there's conspiracy theorists that say Katy Perry was actually JonBenet Ramsey. And now I think they're saying that, what's her name? Charlie Kirk's wife is JonBenet Ramsey. I'm telling you, I'm all for a good conspiracy theory, but come on, people, come on. Yep. Miss Paula says I love CSI when it was on. Oh, I did too. I've seen every episode of CSI from every season numerous times. I miss that show so much. The original one. Yes. You just had to mention, which I mentioned them earlier. Josh says Mr. C's a Bronco Burger mannequin. That thing still gives me nightmares. Man. Yeah, Mustang says JonBenet's case needs to be solved also, yes. So we have JonBenet, and then we have the other one from what was her name? Was it from England? They were in a different country when she went missing, the little girl. Oh, I can see her. What is her name? It'll come to me. Man, I'm behind. I just now got to where I put in the link to the Stolen Spirits Facebook group. What was that other case? I think her parents were English. I'm sure you guys will get it in here. Josh says, what video do I use? What's it called? Power Director. It's just an app I downloaded on my phone. For just, my limited video editing skills. Basically, I just put clips together. I use it a lot to, because sometimes when we from the Missing Person Monday live streams, I will download them to my phone, and maybe take one or two cases from each live stream and clip them down to just where we talked about, I gave the information, we talked about that one case. So I just use the editor to put my intro and then the video clip and then the outro. I use it to make my intro video for my live streams. I used it to make my outro video, which I did remember to upload. I did get around to finally making a new outro video for my live streams. But yeah, it's called Power Director, I believe. Yep, wish you were here. I heard that one yesterday or the day before on the radio. Today I heard 2 or 3 Pink Floyd songs. I heard Run. I heard Another Brick in the Wall Part 2. And Money, I think, are the ones I heard. Oh my goodness, the Mr. Steve signal worked. Hello, Mr. Steve. Speak of the devil and he arrives. Welcome, Mr. Steve. How far am I behind? I'm about 30 minutes behind. So he showed up 30 minutes ago, which is that's about the time I put up the Mr. Steve signal, right? Anyway, welcome, Mr. Steve. It's always a pleasure and honor to have you here. But he says, song "Oh Death" by Ralph Stanley. I can remember my grandmother singing this while babysitting me. So that's what's wrong with you. We know. He says, I still listen to Stanley's version as she had the old mountain voice as well. I'm going to have to listen to that. I don't think I've heard that. See, Mr. Steve likes to analyze song lyrics. I know that much. It is good. It is an honor to have Mr. Steve here. Miss Paul said prayers to his family and friends. I'm sure you're talking about one of the actors or that we were talking about earlier that passed away. Yes, it's always good to see Mr. Steve. We're just having fun tonight. We're de-stressing. I almost said decomposing. Hopefully there's enough of you guys out there that are decomposing. What word am I looking for? Not decomposing. Oh my God, I've lost it. I've totally lost it. Shoot. I lost it. Not deconstructing. Anyway. Oh my God. Yeah, speak of the devil, just like I said. Josh says, speak of the devil. What word am I looking for? That's going to drive me crazy. De-stressing and decompressing. That's what I'm looking for. Not decomposing, decompressing. Anyway, if anybody out there is decomposing, blink twice if you need help. Oh, goodness gracious. I've totally lost it. Yes. How is it? Hopefully Mr. Steve is doing well. Hopefully Mrs. Steve is doing well. Hopefully the whole Steve family is doing well. The Alts are doing well. Baby Steve hopefully is doing well. Yeah, Josh says, please give Mrs. Steve a hello from Josh the Posh. Absolutely. Okay. I hate when I get behind in comments because just random comments will come up and I'll forget. Diane Keaton. Lisa Jo mentioned Diane Keaton. What do we mention? Oh, Diane Keaton passed away, didn't she? Yes. Yep, and she was in The Godfather, right? She played Michael's wife. Thank you, Lisa Jo. I think that's what you're meaning, yeah. So an update from Mr. Steve. He said he's about done for. He says Mrs. Steve has an unbelievable honeydew list. I've done everything except dig up the north side of the yard and exchange it with the south end. She's got you digging it. She's not having you bury anything in the yard, is she? Let's hope not. Hey, Ms. Z. How you doing? Welcome to the Looney Tunes Asylum. Hold on. This is what's going on tonight. We've got a train wreck. We've got a... We've got a... train whistle. We got everything going on tonight. It's a free for all tonight. We're decomposing, we're distressing. Anyway, oh God. Josh says Euphoria is intense. Is that what's happening to me? Euphoria? I don't know. I don't know what's happening to me. Oh, I didn't know that. Was talking about Rebecca Gayheart because she was married to Eric Dane, who passed away. She said Rebecca was in Scream 3. It's been a while since I watched any of the Scream movies. Thank you very much. Please do check out Miss Z and Doc and Moo the Cat at Trial Junkies United. Excellent channel. They do excellent work. They share injustice cases. They feature a lot of MMIP, MMIW cases, indigenous person cases. It's always an honor for when Ms. Z drops in. Also, say hi to Doc and Moo for me. Absolutely. Z says Eric Dane was in Burlesque with Cher too. I don't know if I've watched Burlesque or not. I think about the only movie I've watched with Cher in it is Mask. Love that movie. Love Mask. She and Eric Stoltz and once again, names keep flying at Sam Elliott. Oh, that's such a good movie. Such a good movie. I might have watched, what was that other one? I know that's, yeah. What's the other movie that Cher was in? It might come to me. It might not. Josh says he might have to watch Varsity Blues this weekend. I know, I love that movie. It's been a long time since I've watched it, but it's one of the ones, and I've got the slideshow. We haven't put it up yet. It's one of those movies that I can just watch over. I've watched it a million times, and I can watch it a million more times. I love it. I love it. As Paula says, Davey Death Ray's channel is cool. Ms. Z says they owed a bunch in taxes. Once again, I'm behind. I might have to think about what you're referring to. Are you referring to the GoFundMe for the Vanderbeek that somebody started for James Vanderbeek's family? I know we were talking about that earlier. Josh says he's so much of a Dawson and hopeless romantic film lover, kid at heart. I don't watch a whole lot of, I don't know. I'm very picky about my romance movies I watch, my rom-coms I watch, and my comedy that I watch. I'm very picky about those. So I don't, I mean, you know, if I can't, if it's not my kind of romance or comedy or rom-com, I just, after usually about 5 minutes, I can tell if I'm going to like it or not. And like I said, I'm very, I don't know. I'm just very picky about those kind. But now if it's a good one, it's a good, I'm trying to think of romance movies or rom-coms that I actually like. Give me a minute. I might think of one or two. Josh says late 90s. Oh, we must have been talking about, well, we were talking about earlier when Dawson's Creek was on. He said late 90s to about 2004, 2005. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Miss Paula says she loved Beverly Hills 90210. I love it, love it. Oh, it's streaming on Paramount Plus. Oh, I have Paramount Plus. I can watch it. Ms. Z says, I was busy watching crime shows and mysteries. Go figure. Yeah, that's usually what I'm doing. Oh yes, I watched that one too. Josh says he watched Party of Five. I love that one too. Love that one too. Absolutely. Yep. And Nev Campbell. That's what I was trying to think of her name. Yes, Nev Campbell was in Party of Five, and she's also in Scream. Played Sydney in Scream. Josh says I need to learn to do shorts for my channel. It's not that hard. A minute or less. Which usually the shorts that I do for this channel, I will just because you can take like a video that you've made or a live stream, and you can just pick. Like I said, it can be up to a minute long, and you can just clip it. You put it to a minute, and then you can mess with it. I do that for some of my missing persons. If there's not a whole lot of information on a missing person, but we do talk about it in a live stream, like before we get into in-depth cases. Sometimes, like I do on Missing Person Monday, if we have one like from here in Arkansas or whatever, I'll just give, it's usually about a minute or less, so that I'll clip those down into shorts to help bring more attention to them. So it's not, if I can do it, anybody can do it. I'm telling you. I know. I'm telling you, don't get me started on AI. Have people not watched I think the movie was named AI, the one that Will Smith was in, and then going back to the 80s to Terminator and the RoboCop. Do people not know what AI can do? They're going to take over the world. They're going to kill us. Allegedly. Talking about conspiracy theories, I go down that rabbit hole. Oh, Josh said he didn't know all this time I had another channel. Yes. Sometimes I forget that I have another channel. As you can tell, because like I said, I never, hardly ever post on it, just every once in a blue moon. That is my favorite Metallica song. Miss Paula says, do they play Master of Puppets on the classic rock stations? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And Master of Puppets was one of their earlier albums and songs. But I mean, they play their later, like the Black Album, like Enter Sandman, and all those are on the classic rock stations, and they were later on. What did she sing? Somebody mentioned her earlier, but yeah, Ms. Z says Nina Simone was a queen. What did she sing? I know, I've heard her music, but I can't. Hold on. Oh, what did I do? What am I doing? Hold on. Nina Simone. Is she the one that sang 99 Red Balloons? That's another song that gets stuck in my head. That's probably not her. No, it's not Nina Simone. What am I thinking about? Okay, Nina Simone. Who sings 99 Red Balloons? Now that's going to drive me crazy. It's going through my head again. Okay, let me go to Wikipedia. Nina Simone. Nina somebody sang 99 Red Balloons. Anyway, Nina Simone was an American pianist, singer, songwriter, civil rights activist. Her music spans styles including classical, folk, gospel, blues, jazz, R&B, and pop. Her piano playing was strongly influenced by Baroque and classical music, especially Johann Sebastian Bach. Rolling Stone named Simone one of the greatest singers on various lists. Yes. Now I have to look and see who sings 99 Red Balloons. You guys, I've got a tunnel vision, one track mind when it comes to these things. Why is my, oh my goodness. Hold on. 99 Luftballons, which is red balloons. Oh, just Nina, Nena, Nina sang at 99 red balloons. But I do like the original version, which is 99, because they did the original version, which is 99 Luftballons, but then there is a version, the American version, where they say 99 red balloons. Anyway, another earworm. I did hear it on the radio the other day, though. Anywhere or anyway. Oh, good Lord. Maybe I do need to put something in my tea. Stronger than tea. Paula says Prince, Fleetwood Mac, Iron Maiden, Diana Ross were all featured on Stranger Things season 5. Yeah, Stranger Things did feature some excellent music. A lot of 80s music, a lot of rock and roll. Which Fleetwood Mac song was it? Was it Landslide or was it the other one? A different one, the other one. Yeah, because Fleetwood Mac only had, they were one-hit wonders, right? I want to say Landslide, but I could be wrong. Oh my goodness. JP, the forgotten artist, he says, hi, Southern Gal. I'm here to confuse you again. Good to see you. Hope you are all well. Welcome, JP. Yeah, he was, what were you the other night? It was JP Hansen, but you had like a period between everything. My Southern's coming out even worse. Welcome, JP. We're always glad to see JP here. He is dancing. What are some songs that make you want to get up and dance in the privacy? If you're like me, in the privacy of your own home where nobody can see you. Oh, actually, 99 Red Balloons. I like to dance to that. It has a good beat. Walking on Sunshine by Katrina and the Waves. That's one of my pick me up songs. I love that. What's some other songs that when you want a song to pick you up, to make you dance and sing, or I do a lot of seat dancing in the car while I'm working, if I'm not driving. Well, okay, sometimes when I do drive. Definitely Katrina and the Waves, Walking on Sunshine. What else? What else gets me wanting to dance? I have to think of some others. Jesse's Girl, Rick Springfield. JP apparently wants to boogie down. Let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, we were talking about evil dogs in movies. Mark said the evil dog that protected Damien in the Omen movies. I love the Omen movies. Yep, that one, absolutely. Did you speak to Drew? Yeah, we were talking about Lyric and Elizabeth, the Evansdale case earlier. Mr. C said he spoke with Drew Collins last week. How's he doing? I mean, relative to, I hope he's doing well, or as well as he can be. Absolutely. Yep. I hope you're, Mr. Steve, I hope you are getting rested up. And if Mr. Steve is still here, I'm still about 20 minutes behind in comments. I hope you're getting rested up before you go back out on the road. Thank you. Yes, Madeline McCann. Yeah, Josh says we just can't keep from true crime talk. Yeah, it's fine. We can't. Yeah, Madeline McCann. That's a whole other one that, about kind of like the JonBenet Ramsey case. Yes, thank you. Also, Josh. Yes, Madeline McCann. I could see her little face, but I couldn't think of her name. Saved my life. Yes, Mustang wants to know how Mr. Drew is doing and Mr. Collins is doing. Thank you very much. Ms. Z said she will tell Doc and Move the Cat hello. I hope they are doing well. Moonstruck, that's the one I was trying to think of. As he said, Cher was in Moonstruck. That's the one I was trying to think of. Mermaids, Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again, Witches of Eastwick. I love that one. And Silkwood, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But still, my favorite one that she was in is Mask. I love Mask. Thank you. Yes, Nina. See, I had the Nina part right. Yep, Mustang says Nina wasn't the one that sang 99 Red Balloons. Okay, so as far as Evansdale, Mr. Steve says Mr. Drew is doing as well as expected. Hopefully, DNA technology advancements continue. The to-do list and interviews left are almost done, and then everything will be left up to technologies. Excellent, excellent. So please keep us updated with what you can. We know there's, of course, a lot of things that you can't tell us. We understand, but yes, good to know that things are at least moving, making a little bit of progress. Oh yeah, I put a spell on you. Okay, yep. Z says Nina Simone saying I got a spell on you. I put a spell on you. We've been going for almost 2 hours already. Anyway, Mustang says Big Love is my favorite Fleetwood Mac song. Oh man, I've got so many. I love Fleetwood Mac and Stevie Nicks in particular. God, I love all of them. I love Dreams. I love Landslide, Rhiannon, you name it. Tusk. Does anybody remember? That is the weirdest. I love that song though. If you've never listened to the song Tusk by Fleetwood Mac, check it out. Check it out. There's Miss Farr. See, I mentioned Miss Farr. She is, and she appeared. She says Secondhand News is my favorite Fleetwood Mac song. Footloose, love that movie and the song. Mr. Steve said Footloose. Farr says she loves Nina Simone, that she had a dog Nina named after her. Welcome, Miss Farr. It's good to have you here. Miss Paula says she loves Landslide and Dream. Yeah, Landslide and Dreams are probably my two favorite Fleetwood Mac songs. But I mean, I could listen to, and I know Christine McVie sang too, and she passed away last year, a couple of years ago. But I've always been a huge Stevie Nicks fan. I could probably listen to Stevie Nicks sing the phone book, you know. Love, like I said, love Rhiannon, you name it, I love it. If it's Fleetwood Mac, I love it. Especially anything off the Rumors album, which is where most of those songs came from or came off of. Mustang says she can see Mr. Steve dancing Footloose. He can dance with the creepy BK mannequin. That's what he needs to do. He needs to make the BK mannequin do the Footloose dance. I'm telling you. It'll be a hit. See, yep, Mustang mentioned Tusk, Fleetwood Mac. Yep. Not a whole lot of people remember Tusk. Mr. Steve says Mrs. Steve is a dancer, and I put a whole new meaning to break dancing. Don't fall and break a hip. We don't need Mr. Steve to fall and break a hip. Oh goodness, I think I actually got caught up. All right, so we still hanging in there, guys. All right, we will do. Let me get a drink. So I found this article, and while we're going through these slideshow and these movies, feel free to put anything in the chat about whatever you talk about. It doesn't have to necessarily be about movies. I said it could be about music, food, hobbies, or whatever. It's open chat, whatever you want to talk about. But I did find this article It's from Collider magazine. It just popped up in my Google News feed. The most rewatchable movie of every year of the 1980s. So from 1980 to 1989, they listed one movie as being rewatchable. And like I said, we've been talking about what movie or movies have you watched over and over, as we say 100 times, can you watch over and over, without getting tired, never get tired of watching it. So we're going to go through, they did, like I said, 10 movies. Now, some of these I agree with, but I did put together my own list. So feel free, once again, in chat to put in any movies. And I know some don't do movies. You can do songs or just whatever. You can chat among yourselves or whatever, if you don't do movies or whatever. But I did make my own list. I think I came up with, I had to narrow it down to 15 of my movies that I've watched a million times and that I can watch over and over. So we'll do that one after we go through this. There are 10 of Collider magazine. And I think I forgot to put the, let me bring the article up. Hold on. I think I forgot to put the link to the article in the description box, but I'll put it in chat and then I will go back and put it in the description box. So I'll put it in the chat if you want to, if I can hit the right button. If you want to read it at your leisure sometime, I'm going to read most of it, but let me get another quick drink. I keep losing all my stuffies. Yeah, caught up for a minute here. Mustang says the Harry Potter movies she can watch over and over. I don't think I'm going to get so much hate for this. I've watched bits and pieces of all the Harry Potter movies. I've watched bits and pieces of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, but I've never sat down and watched every single minute of every Harry Potter movie. I've never sat down and watched from beginning to end any of the Lord of the Rings movies. I'm going to get so much hate for that. I don't know. I do like fantasy and sci-fi, but not as much as I like horror and stuff like that, horror movies, and drama movies. I do like drama movies, action movies. And I started reading a long time ago the first Harry Potter book, but I didn't finish it. I've never watched all of any of the Twilight movies, and I do love vampire movies. Love vampire, anything to do with the vampires. Oh God, yes, that is a mistake. Mustang says I watched the Lord of the Rings movies once, all at once. So did it take you like 12 days to watch all at one time? I remember, and I think I've told this story before, so just mute me out if you've heard it before. I have this memory. It's I was staying at my baby brother's house, because back in the day, before all the kids came along, me and baby brother-in-law, baby sister-in-law would sit around and we spent a lot of time together. If we weren't going to movies or going to concerts or going to see wrestling, we would be at the house watching movies. But I'd spent the night with them one night, and I was sleeping on the couch. And it's back when they still had satellite. And and I don't know which Lord of the Rings movie it is, but it's one that has the creepy talking trees in the forest. And just imagine being half asleep and kind of watching that, and what kind of nightmares and dreams that it would give you. That is my takeaway from the Lord of the Rings trilogy. Anyway, the damn trees. They're about as creepy as Mr. Steve's BK mannequin. Paula says she has seen the Twilight movies. So I'm not the only one. Far says she's never seen the Harry Potter the Harry Potter movies or the Lord of the Rings. Never would even try to watch Twilight. Yeah, I mean, I don't, like I said, I love vampires, but I don't know about the sparkly vampire. I don't think I can do sparkly vampires. That's the one thing, I guess that's my takeaway from the few clips, just little bits and pieces I have seen of the Twilight movies, is the sparkly vampires. I don't know. It took you 2 weeks to 2 weeks to watch the, yeah. Oh, goodness gracious. What are you talking about? The trees? Josh says tree ents who lost their ent wives. I don't even understand that. Oh yeah. Mustang says she likes the gall. Is it Gollum? The little precious dude. My precious. Oh goodness. He's saying sparkly vampires are not vampires. Yeah. Okay, so they're called tree ents. So Josh says he loves the trees, the tree ents. Was it Old Man Willow swallowing the hobbits that was creepy? I don't know. I just remember they were talking or something. I don't know. He says, just don't mention matches. I don't know. I just remember the talking trees. Oh, Mr. Steve has chimed in with his movies. The Greatest Story Ever Told, It's a Wonderful Life, Highwaymen, Saving Private Ryan. Love that movie. Dune, and 2, Pale Rider, The Postman, Dances with Wolves. I love Dances with Wolves. Are my top 10. Excellent choices. Excellent choices. Yeah, feel free to put in your yep, Mustang agrees. Awesome choices. Yeah, feel free to put in your list if you have to do it in more than one post, because I don't know if there's a limit on how much you can put in one post. But yeah, put in some of your favorite movies. Like I said earlier, some of your favorite movies that you can watch over and over. Yeah, Josh says Dune from the 1980s. That's the only Dune I know. Well, the original Dune. Has anybody done a reboot of Dune, the Dune movies, with Sir Patrick Stewart from back in the 80s? Okay. So from Collider magazine, collider.com, which I think they do have a magazine, maybe. So this is their top 10 list. One movie from 1980 to 1989, most rewatchable movie of every year of the 1980s. So I'm gonna turn this off for a minute while I'm reading this. So their introduction says the 1980s saw the birth of a new generation of the film industry in which the quote blockbuster became normalized. Although the previous decade had been a time of significant creativity on a studio level, thanks to the rise of quote new Hollywood directors, the 80s saw an obsession with recapturing the financial success of Star Wars and Jaws, 2 of my favorite movies. Although some skeptics would cynically point out that the conservatism of the 80s. Who said the 80s were conservative? my memory, my 80s were definitely not conservative. They were wild. Anyway, so skeptics would cynically point out that the conservatism of the 80s set both the industry and the world at large back and eradicated progress. It is hard to deny the sheer number of classics that came out within a 10-year stretch. So the 80s have been memorialized in pop culture thanks to the many nostalgic throwbacks that have emerged, as many of today's best directors grew up in that decade. So here are the most rewatchable, their list of the most rewatchable movies of every year of the 80s. So we'll see how many we disagree or agree with in this list. All right, I got to remember to advance my slides. So at 1980, number 10, they have The Shining. I have to agree. I love The Shining. before we get on, Far says some of her favorites: Life is a House, Kissed, Naked Lunch, Sin of a Woman. Love that one. Blue Velvet, and most horror movies. Mustang says The Outsiders. Love it. Rumblefish and Beat Street. Mr. Steve said the Dune book was a great read back in the day when people owned books. I still read books, real books that have pages, not audio. I don't listen to audio books. I don't have a Kindle, but I can't read. I mean, I can. I don't like to read a book on a tablet or something. I like to hold a real physical book in my hand and read. Anyway, I digress. Avery says she can't watch Jaws. I'm telling you, if you think the movie Jaws is scary, read the book. The book is even scarier and creepier and give you the heebie-jeebies more than the movie will. Because I have read the book. Absolutely. Yeah, Mustang says she would still rather read a book than read a screen. Absolutely. Paula says, good choice. Josh says, Brazil, Buckaroo Banzai, Flight of the Navigator, E.T. Oh, E.T. Phone Home. He says, I came to Earth with E.T. in 1982. The Thing, yes. Little Shop of Horrors and Blue Velvet. Excellent choices. Yeah, here's Johnny. Josh says he has a first edition of Dune and reread every other year or so. Paul asked Mr. Steve if he's seen the movie. I'm sure he has. Yes, Avery says reading keeps us smart. Absolutely. Yes, another two of my favorites. Miss Paula says Goonies and Dirty Dancing. Absolutely. Thank you. A man after my own heart. Mr. Steve says Cujo, The Shining, and most of Stephen King collection. I'm a huge Stephen King fan. Stephen King and Rice, probably my top two favorite authors of any genre, not just horror. Yeah, Mustang says Needful Things and Misery. Batteries not included. I remember that one. All right, I'm going to mark there. And so we will read about The Shining. Or let me get to the... Okay, so they have it for 1980, The Shining. So it says The Shining is perhaps the greatest horror film ever made. And if I remember correctly, Stephen King did not like Stanley Kubrick directed this. Stephen King did not like the movie version of his the movie adaptation of his book. But it says The Shining is perhaps the greatest horror film ever made. And to me, The Shining is more psychological horror. And one of the most impressive achievements that Stanley Kubrick ever covered off, especially when noting the significant differences between his version and the original novel by Stephen King. And I think that's what Stephen King had the most problem with, was all the creative license and changes that Stanley Kubrick made in the movie. So while King infamously despised the way that Kubrick altered his story, Kubrick created an existential, nightmarish labyrinth that peered into the soul of a deeply deranged character as he loses his grip on reality. So The Shining is particularly rewatchable because of the many different interpretations that have emerged about what Kubrick was trying to say, as he never fully explains some of the strange moments that continue to spark discourse. Although The Shining isn't a film that can be, quote, they have it in quotes, explained in a traditional way, each subsequent viewing provides more insight into the obsessive attention to detail that made Kubrick a genius unlike any other filmmaker in history. So that's what they have to say about The Shining. So yeah, that, like I said, I think that's what Stephen King had the most as far as not liking it was all the creative license and changes that Kubrick made. But that happens with, and then there's the debate to do you watch the movie, or do you watch the movie first or read the book first? Sometimes you don't have a choice. Like with most of them, I've read the book first, especially with Anne Rice movie adaptations, Stephen King movie adaptations. I've read the books obviously first. So do you think it's better if you have the choice to read the book first or watch the movie first? Anyway, let's see. Josh, listen some more. Earth Girls Are Easy. I remember that one. Howard the Duck. Oh my God, who could forget Howard the Duck? The Stuff and Morons from Outer Space. Somehow I missed that one. Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I remember that. Oh, this is my absolute favorite. The Breakfast Club. Yep, Miss Paula likes it. You did not. Mr. Steve said he went to visit Castle Rock, which is where The Dead Zone by Stephen King is set in. The Dead Zone was my first introduction to how dark King could be. Absolutely. Absolutely. Stephen King is, I love Stephen King, but that man is not right. He's got some stuff going on. He's got some stuff going on. I'm just saying. Yes, Judd Nelson. Absolutely. Miss Farr says Hunt for the Wilder People and The Dressmaker 2 comedies I can watch over. I'm fussy with comedy. Thank you. I'm very, especially because I mentioned I was picky about like my romance, pure romance and rom-coms. I'm even pickier with what comedy I watch, as far TV show comedies, movie comedies, stand-up comedy. It has just, and I can't even explain what kind of comedy I like. I know it when I hear it or I see it, but I'm very, very picky about my comedy. So I'm glad I'm not the only one. Yes, the Leprechaun. Oh my God, leprechauns are creepy. Yeah, Jeepers Creepers. I haven't watched Jeepers Creepers in so long. All right, so we had The Shining, or they had The Shining. Collider had The Shining in 19. Miss Farr said, I think you will like them. Have a look. I most definitely will. So let me go at, so Hunt for the Wilder People and The Dressmaker 2 comedies. I will definitely check them out. Thank you for this. Yeah, I'm always looking for suggestions on comedies because I guess, The Hills Have Eyes. Yes, the original. Yep. All right. So at number 9 for 1981, they have Raiders of the Lost Ark. I have to agree with this one. Of course, I will watch anything with Harrison Ford in it, no matter what it is. And I think I probably watched just about every movie that Harrison Ford has ever been in. Obviously, Star Wars is my favorite, Han Solo, but Indy is a close second. So I have watched all the Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark movies. So they have Raiders at number 9 for 1981. So let's see what they have to say. So they say Raiders of the Lost Ark is as perfect as adventure movies can get, and marked a high point between the collaboration between director Steven Spielberg and producer-writer George Lucas. To me, that is like a dream pair. Yeah, Spielberg and George Lucas working together. So while Lucas had a deep affinity for classic serials and provided some of the historic details that made Raiders of the Lost Ark so specific, Spielberg had an ability to capture visceral moments of action that resulted in some of the greatest set pieces in history. I agree. So there is an argument to be made that Indiana Jones is the single greatest hero in film history. I don't know. To me, Han Solo is number one. As he is a character who is noble, charming, flawed, funny, and completely sincere. But you can say the same about Han Solo. Han Solo is noble, he's charming, he's flawed, he's funny, and he is completely sincere. Anyway, so Harrison Ford has played more iconic good guys than any other actor, but it is no surprise that he is cited playing Dr. Henry Jones Jr. As the most rewarding acting experience of his entire career. Once again, what about Han Solo? Come on. And probably my third favorite. So we got, of course, Star Wars. As far as Harrison Ford movies go, Star Wars, and then Indy, and then The Fugitive. I loved him in The Fugitive. I love that movie. You got him, you got Harrison Ford, you got Tommy Lee Jones. Anyway, that's another rabbit hole. So I agree with Raiders of the Lost Ark or any of the Indiana Jones franchise. Let's go back over here. What are you doing? Hold on, my computer's oh, there it goes. Yes, Saw. I love the Saw franchise. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. I would love to see that. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, I hope I'm not about to lose my computer. There it is. Mr. C said, we used to joke about remaking all of Stephen King's stories into musicals. Oh my God, I would love to see it. You can do it. You can do it. If anybody can do it, you can. I would love to. I would most definitely watch them. Most definitely. Yes, regarding Henry, another good one. Absolutely, with Harrison Ford. Yes, Alan Rickman. Mustang says Robert Redford and Alan Rickman are my top actors. I like Robert Redford, but Alan Rickman, I adore Alan Rickman. Absolutely. Okay, so Far said the movies she suggested for me, they are both Aussie New Zealand movies. Excellent. Yes, laugh it up, fuzzball. Oh goodness. So now I'm gonna have to watch. Of course, I have all the DVDs of all the Star Wars movies. Well, I have the original, what I call the original trilogy, 4, 5, and 6, and then we have 1, 2, and 3. I don't have a 7, 8, or 9. Okay, so Far says it's just called The Dressmaker. Gotcha. Miss Paulus says yes, Harrison Ford was the Red Hulk in Marvel's latest Captain America movie. Yes, Sam Elliott. Sam Elliott. I think my love for Sam Elliott, we was talking about Mask earlier. I think my love for Sam Elliott started after I watched Mask. Silence of the Lambs. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I can watch that one over and over. All right. So the next one should be 1982. Harrison Ford once again. Blade Runner. I have watched Blade Runner. I like it, but it's not top tier for me. But once again, Harrison Ford's in it, so I'll watch it. So they say Blade Runner is the rare masterpiece that wasn't initially a box office triumph, but it has risen in estimation over the years thanks to the further analysis that it has received. Ridley Scott was not interested in making a traditional dystopian action film, as he instead made a meditative, artful deconstruction of what consciousness really is. I'm having trouble with my big words tonight. So Blade Runner has become even more rewatchable thanks to the multiple different cuts of the film. Yes, they release different cuts, different versions every few years of a lot of movies. that now exist after removing the studio mandated happy ending and the morose voiceover from the character of Rick Deckard. Ridley Scott's finalized version of Blade Runner feels far more authentic to what his original vision was. There are many ambiguities. I have to think about some of the big words here. Ambiguities in Blade Runner that have fueled years of speculation, and thankfully, the excellent sequel, Blade Runner 2049, was able to continue its thematic intentions without contradicting anything that was in the original. I'm trying to think. It has been years and years and years since I've watched Blade Runner. Long time. Does Paula love Silence of the Lambs? Absolutely. Yes, that is true. Josh says that Mr. Steve, I think, would have all the props to do a Stephen King musical. Yes. He has plenty of body parts, fake body parts for the most part, and creepy mannequins. Absolutely. He could do a Stephen King musical, and he could do a zombie musical. He could do a Walking Dead musical with all the mannequins walking around like zombies. Oh my goodness. Yes, I just watched that for the first time not too long ago. Now I've watched the original. So Miss Paula said Sam Elliott was in the remake of A Star Is Born with Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga. Yes, I watched that probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was, and it'd been a while, or I'd been wanting to watch it for a while, but it wasn't on any of the streaming services that I had or that I have. So I think it finally showed up on, I can't even remember where I watched it. I don't know if it was on Amazon Prime or anyway, it showed up. I finally found it in one of the streaming services. So I finally got to watch it. And I had such high expectations from it. And don't get me wrong, I thought it was a very good movie. But it wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. But it was very, very good in my opinion. I have watched the original with was Eliza Minnelli, and I can't remember who the male lead was in the original. Oh, it was what's his name? Was it Neil Diamond? What? No, Eliza Minnelli in the original. But yes, I did finally get to see the remake. Oh God, don't get me started on clowns. Pennywise is the only clown. No, Tim Curry's version is Pennywise in the original It movie, miniseries, whatever, is the only clown I can watch. Only because I adore Tim Curry. But Mr. C says, I would have Pennywise in his most charming voice narrate the musicals and analyze other great songs. Oh, it would have to be Tim Curry. Tim Curry has the greatest voice of all time. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. Can y'all tell I have obsessive personality? Anyway, oh my goodness. Now I'm gonna have nightmares tonight about Mr. Steve's mannequins, creepy mannequins, and clowns. Thanks a lot. Yes, love both of those. Mustang mentioned Tombstone and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Both excellent. Excellent. Yes. Far says the Alien movies she can watch over and over. I can too. Absolutely. Well, I have to say why does my screen keep wanting to go dark on my phone? The first two. Now I've watched all of them in that franchise at least once, but the first two, Alien and then Aliens, which is the second one, I could watch them over and over. Absolutely. Mr. Steve says he has never seen an alien movie that he did not enjoy. Yes, I like alien movies, UFO, whatever. I loved Close Encounters. Love that one. All the old ones like the Day the Earth Stood Still. What are some of the older ones? Like old ones. And then the newer ones I like. I love Signs. I love Signs. That movie, even though Signs is so cheesy, I love it. No, and it's one that I've watched a million times. Signs is so cheesy, but it is so good. But it creeps me out. If I watch it, I can't watch it at night. I mean, and the nighttime is obviously the best time to watch scary movies. But there's just something about even the cheesiness of it, and it does have a little bit of comedy in it. But it creeps me out. Creeps me out. What are some other alien movies? Of course, you got the comedies. You got like Men in Black. I love the Men in Black movies. I loved Contact with Jodie Foster. I like that one. God, it's been so long. You guys have to remind me of some other alien UFO movies. I remember I loved Battlestar Galactica. Oh, it'll come up. Come on. Mustang says Battlestar Galactica. I love that show. Josh says, yes, can't forget Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Yes, Tim Curry. Tim Curry is amazing. And I think he have something like ALS or something. Excuse me, because the last pictures I've seen with him, he was in wasn't looking too good. He was in a wheelchair. He may have something like that, like ALS or something. But yes, I loved Tim Curry and everything. Loved him in Rocky Horror Picture Show. Love Rocky Horror Picture Show. That Rocky Horror is not for everybody. I mean, I like it. Lots of good actors and actresses in that one. He was in what else was Tim Curry been in? Was he in Clue? Anyway, I love Tim Curry. Yes, the Predator movies, absolutely. Thank you. My mom loves, and I've watched it once. Far says I like a lot of older movies like Play Misty for me. My mom, that's one of my mom's favorite movies. Before they became remakes and different names. Yes. Isn't I almost said John Wayne, not John Wayne. Clint Eastwood, he's in Play Misty for me, or am I thinking of a different one? Oh, what was that? Mustang said, what was that movie with the big worms? That's what are the names of those movies? Oh, somebody will probably get it before I will. I know it's yeah, because I can see them coming out from under the sand. Oh, I'll think of it, or if somebody else does it before I do. Yeah, Starman. Why is it? Okay, Starman. Yes, The Abyss. The Abyss was excellent. I love The Abyss. Yes, E.T. does count. E.T. was an alien, the cutest alien ever. Josh, oh yes, The Thing. Yes, it's The Thing, Critters, Mac and Me. Yes, E.T. Phone Home. Tremors, that's it. Yes, Tremors, I believe, yes, was the one with the big worms. Absolutely. Yep. Yep, that was it. All right. Let me see what we got next. So we're up to 1983. So for 1983, they have Rumblefish. I think Mustang. I think Mustang mentioned Rumblefish earlier. I think I've only watched Rumblefish all the way through, maybe one time, a long time, maybe when it came out in 1983. But they were both written by S.E. Hinton, who also wrote The Outsiders. Love The Outsiders. I've read. I haven't read the book Rumblefish. I have read The Outsiders. I've watched the movie a million times. Love The Outsiders. But let me see what they have to say about Rumblefish. So Rumblefish is perhaps the most underrated film that Francis Ford Coppola ever directed, as he has also cited it as his personal favorite. So Coppola directed 2 coming-of-age films that were based on S.E. Hinton novels, while The Outsiders became a cult classic and launched the careers of many members of the Brat Pack. Rumblefish was a more spiritual, atmospheric neo-noir drama that explored thoughtful ideas about growing up. So Rumblefish is modeled after many of the great anti-establishment films of the 50s, but still has a modern look and feel that reflects Coppola's ambitions. While his career sadly took a downward spiral, Mickey Rourke, I love Mickey Rourke, gives an incredible performance in Rumblefish that makes it easy to realize while he was initially considered to be such a remarkable actor, the film also featured breakout performances from Matt Dillon and Nicolas Cage. And then you also had there crap, his name just flew out of my head. The one on the very right of the picture on the slide. He's also in Reservoir Dogs. Jeez, I'm telling you, I'm losing my mind. All right, let me see if that's all they had to say about. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I'm gonna have to take another look at Rumblefish. Like I said, I think I watched it once all the way through, probably when it came out back in '83. Oh, I don't know, maybe a little bit after it, because I was only come out in '83. So that would have made me about 12 or 13. I don't know. I might have watched it when it came out in '83. We went back too far. Hold on. I got lost in the comments. I went back too far. Thank you. Yep. I was thinking Clint Eastwood was in Play Misty for me. Yep. True Grit. Absolutely. That is John Wayne, right? Yes. Josh mentioned My Stepmother is an Alien. Absolutely. Oh my God. How could I forget Spaceballs? Dark Helmet. The Mega Maid's gone from suck to blow. Sorry. Oh, goodness. I love Spaceballs. See, that's the kind of, I don't know, maybe that says something about me. That's the kind of comedy I like, is something like Spaceballs. Goodness. Oh, yeah, Cocoon. Yep, can't forget about Cocoon. It's been forever since I watched that one, too. Yes, Angel Heart, love that. Far says she loved Mickey Rourke and Angel Heart in 9.5 weeks. I haven't, what has happened to him? I have not heard anything about Mickey Rourke in forever. Yes, Angel Heart. I love Angel Heart. Oh. You just said my heart. Michael Madsen. R.I.P. to Michael Madsen. He passed away within the last couple of years. Oh, you're going to make me cry, Josh. Thanks. Oh, I absolutely adored and still adore Michael Madsen. First saw him in Reservoir Dogs. He was in a lot of Quentin Tarantino movies. He wrote poetry. I have all the poetry books that he put out. Yes. I know it sounds bad saying that an actor, somebody that you don't even know, can be in your heart, but Michael Madsen is definitely in my heart. Love him to death. And there's not a lot of people, surprisingly, that even know who Michael Madsen is, honestly. So it always surprises me and makes my heart feel good when somebody does mention Michael Madsen. Oh goodness. Anyway, let's see. Okay, oh, Chris, yeah, okay. So the version I remember, so going back to A Star Is Born, I didn't realize there were that many versions. Okay, so the version that I call it the original, obviously it's not. It's not the version I have watched the most and remember is the '76 version with Barbra Streisand and Chris Christopherson. I don't know why I said Neil Diamond. Barbra Streisand and Chris Christopherson. That is the version that I was raised on. But so the original was 1937 with Janet Gaynor. Oh, I might have to watch the '57 version with Judy Garland. I'm gonna have to watch that one. And then obviously I've seen the 1976 version with Barbra Streisand and Chris Christopherson. Yes, like I said, I really did like the newest version with Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga, but I don't know. I think I built it. I think it was my fault. I think I built it up just from watching the trailers and the video clips. I built it up in my head too much. I was definitely not disappointed in it, but it's just hard to explain. It just wasn't as good as I told myself that it was going to be, but it was very, very, very good in my opinion. Anyway, yes, The Wizard of Oz, absolutely. And The Wizard of Oz, if you really, because I've gone down rabbit holes with the true meanings and insinuations and things about The Wizard of Oz. Wizard of Oz is actually, the movie obviously is more lighthearted. The book, the original L. Frank Baum book, very dark. Of course, then you got the Wicked books that were written by, I can't think of who wrote all the Wicked series now. Of course, they're on the dark side, but yes, the L. Frank Baum book version, original version, book version of Wizard of Oz, very dark, very dark. But love the movie, absolutely. Who doesn't? Who doesn't love the Wizard of Oz? Oh gosh, sir, we've been jammed. I think it is raspberry. I'm gonna have to watch Spaceballs now. Oh God, I hope it's on a streaming service that I have. Ooh, I'm gonna have to watch that. So Avery says this isn't related. That's fine, but the new series on JFK Jr. on Hulu is good. It's called Love Story. Yes, I have that on my to watch list. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, Miss Paula says she loved Shag and she's out of control with Tony Danza. Absolutely. 11/22/63. Yes, I have read the book. If you're referring to the Stephen King book, and then they made I don't know if it was a movie or a mini series that they did. Absolutely. Yep. Teen Wolf. Michael J. Fox. Oh God, that movie. I can just see the word beaches and start crying. And me and my mom went to the movie theater to see that when it came out. And of course, it was mostly all ladies in there watching it. There was not a dry eye in the theater when that movie was over. And we all immediately went into filled up the ladies' restroom, just, bawling and blowing noses. And oh my goodness. And I have not watched Beaches in so long. But I love it. Love it. Love it. Hey, Boston Christian. Oh, almost threw myself out here. Hey, how you doing, friend? Good to see you. Yes, Avery says beaches makes me cry. I know. I could just see the word beaches and just start crying. Oh my God. Oh, the same with, even though it's fried green tomatoes. I've read the book and watched the movie. That movie makes me cry. Oh my God. Jeez. I haven't watched Fried Green Tomatoes in a long time either. Yep, War Games, absolutely. With the Matthew Broderick. Love that one. Yep, Short Circuit. Absolutely. Yes, Far says a kids movie I can watch over and over is The Mighty Ducks. Yep, yep, yep. Yes, War Games was awesome. Was it Matthew Broderick was in War Games? Am I thinking about a different one? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Absolutely. Let's see. Yes, Ghost. I know, Ghost. That makes me cry too. What are you gonna? What are you watching after the Olympics? Paula says she's planning on watching that after the Olympics. Yes, I've been. Who else has been watching the Olympics? I've been DVRing it, and we've been watching it. Yes, a woman after my own heart. Far says Taxi Driver, Scarface, Goodfellas, anything with De Niro or Nicholson. Yep, I can watch anything with De Niro and Pacino, Al Pacino. Oh God, I love Taxi Driver. Love Scarface. Love Goodfellas. That's Goodfellas. It's probably my favorite mafia movie, number 2 after The Godfather. Love Goodfellas. Casino. So many. Bronx Tale. So many good mafia movies. Boston says they love Fried Green Tomatoes. Yes. Had so many good actors. You had speaking of Stephen King, Misery, Kathy Bates, the oh God, I can't remember names. I'll have to look it up. They were so good. They played Iggy and hold on. Hold on. No, I don't want. That's giving me I was just put in fried green tomatoes and it gave me a recipe for fried green tomatoes. So I want the movie. I've never been a big fan of the food fried green tomatoes. Being from the South, you would think I would like it, but not so much. Mary Stuart Masterson and Mary Louise Parker. Cicely Tyson was in it. Like I said, Kathy Bates. Yeah, so fried green tomatoes. Oh, I love it. Love it. Love it. I've read the book. I don't know. I probably read the book as many times as I've seen the movie. Fannie Flagg wrote the book in 1987. Jessica Tandy's in it. Like I said, Mary Stuart Masterson, Mary Louise Parker, Cicely Tyson, Kathy Bates. Who's been speaking of Kathy Bates? Who's been watching the reboot of Matlock with Kathy Bates? Because I love the original Matlock with Andy Griffith, but they've had, I think it's maybe it's second or third season. But Kathy Bates is, they have a female version, is Maddie Matlock. Anyway, I get off track here. Anyway, Steel Magnolias. Yep. I ever say what was the one Magnolia something with Dolly Parton? Steel Magnolias. Yep, Tootsie. Dustin Hoffman. Yes, I love Miss Paula said Clueless with Alicia Silverstone. I love that one. Love Clueless. What are some movies like that I like? Clueless. I'm trying to think of some more of them 90s movies. Clueless is only one that's coming to mind because you mentioned it. 10 things I hate about you. How to lose a guy in 10 days. Paula says she loves the Mighty Ducks. Legend of Billie Jean. Where'd it go? Yes, Legend of Billie Jean. Love that one. There's not a whole lot of people who've seen that one either. That one, I don't see that one get mentioned a whole lot. Gotta love all those. Which that one wasn't really a Brat Pack movie per se, but I love all the Brat Pack movies. The Breakfast Club, 16 Candles, Pretty in Pink, St. Elmo's Fire. Oh God, the one with Eric Stoltz and Mary Stuart Masterson. Was just talking about her. Oh my God, I've watched it a million times. And the name of it just flew out of my head. Heathers. Oh my God, I love Heathers. But I'll watch anything with Christian Slater in it. Yep. Best Little Whorehouse in Texas. It's been a long time since I watched that one. Yep. Ms. Z says Legend of Billie Jean is awesome. Yes. Mustang says that one's her favorite movie. Yes, we can't forget Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Absolutely. I'm talking about the food. I just, yeah, Josh says, what? What? Not a fan of fried green tomatoes. That is a big loss of a Southern cred. I can't do, I've eaten them before. I just, I don't, I just, I can't, I don't, if it was the only thing left on earth that I had to eat, of course I would eat them. But I just don't, they're not one of my favorite things. If I'm going to eat tomato, it's going to be preferably a fresh one from our garden. You go out, you take it, you wash it, you chill it, you slice it up, you put a little salt on it, and you eat it. Or you make a cheese and tomato sandwich. Who else has had cheese and tomato sandwiches? But I just, with the green tomatoes, I've never been a fan. I'm sorry. I've just never been a fan. Anyway, so I lose, how many Southern creds do I lose for that one? Anyway, do I lose my Southern cred card for not liking fried green tomatoes? Paula says she loves that show. Which one are you talking about? You talking about the new Matlock? Josh says he's watched a few episodes of the new Matlock. It's okay, but I like Kathy Bates, so I'll watch. I'll watch it. And like I said, I love the original Matlock with Andy Griffith back in the day. Oh goodness, a whole booty load of comments just popped up. Make sure I don't punch the wrong button. Was Julia Roberts in fried green tomatoes? How did I forget that? Are you sure about that? Not that I'm doubting Miss Paula, because I know she is a movie aficionado. Don't get me started on Julia Roberts movies now. Hold on. Oh, dang it. I forgot to put movie. Now I'm getting more recipes for fried green tomatoes. If I eat fried, because at one of our local restaurants here, oh God, fried pickles. Who likes fried pickles? I got to get my Southern cred card back with fried pickles. Give me some deep fried pickles with some ranch dressing. Now I can eat fried green tomatoes if I drench them in ranch dressing. Oh, let's see. What was I looking at? I don't know if Julia Roberts was in fried green tomatoes. I don't think she was. Hold on. So Kathy Bates played Evelyn. Mary Stuart Masterson played E.G. Mary Louise Parker played Ruth. Jessica Tandy played Ninny. Threadgood. Chris O'Donnell played Buddy. Oh God, I cried when he got killed. Oh, sorry, spoiler alert if you've never seen it. Stan Shaw played Big George. Gaylord Sartain played Ed Couch. Tim Scott, Gary Basaraba, Nick Searcy, Lois Smith, Cicely Tyson played Sipsy. I don't think Julia Roberts was in Fried Green Tomatoes. All right. Yep. Yep. I love watching Perry Mason. I watched Perry Mason. I used to, when I did home health caregiving, we we watched lots of Perry Mason. We watched lots of, and I love these shows anyway. Lots of Perry Mason, lots of Gunsmoke, lots of uh shoot. Dang it, my mind didn't work. The one with Haas and Bonanza. Shoot, Wagon Train. The Gun. Oh gosh, what was the other one? Anyway, all the old Western TV shows and Perry Mason. What was the one with the gun? Oh, jeez, what was it called? It's right on the tip of my tongue. Mr. Steve says, I just developed a taste for some fried green tomatoes, beans, and cornbread. Oh, and I can get into some beans and cornbread. I think I'll wait. I wouldn't suggest that. He says, I think I'll wait Mrs. Steve up. Yep, that's the ticket to start a fight. She'll be digging up, or she'll have you digging up the yard some more. She'll have you digging your own grave, sir. Now, see, now I want beans and cornbread. The Rifleman. The Rifleman. That's the other one I was trying to think of. I like the Rifleman. Ms. Z says, my mother raised me watching Perry Mason. I remember the reruns. Matlock was another. Yep. What were some of the other comedy? Night Court. Nah, I love that comedy. I love Night Court. I tried to watch. They did do a reboot of Night Court where they had, it was supposed to have been the daughter of the judge of what's his name, had taken over. I couldn't get into it. I don't know. I guess maybe because I love the original Night Court so much. I just could not get into because the one that played his daughter, she was on shoot. God, my mind is not working. I'm so old. Things just fly out of my mind. The blonde girl that was on The Big Bang Theory. I can't think of the character name. Anyway, she's the one that played Harry's daughter. Oh yeah, Josh says we're straying from these. Sorry, I'll get back on track. Boston says, I spent so many years studying in nursing school. I need to go back now and check out all the movies from that time period. Yep. Yes, When Harry Met Sally. I love When Harry Met Sally. I love You've Got Mail. I love that one. Z says, I used to love McMillan and Wife, McCloud, Columbo, NBC Mystery Night, which is on Sundays. Yes, yes, yes. Boston says, if Nana makes the fried green tomatoes, I love them, but can't be greasy. Yeah, yeah. To me, they're too bitter. They're too bitter. Z says, foul play with Goldie Hawn and Chevy Chase. I still jump when the albino pops up in the window, even when I know it is coming. I love them jump scares. Yes, thank you. Yep, you get you some bread, put you some Miracle Whip or real mayonnaise, whichever you prefer. A couple slices of cheese, a big old thick slice of tomato, put a little bit of salt on it, if you prefer or not. Best thing in the world. Oh, Boston says white radish sandwich with fresh butter. My French grandmother. Sounds interesting. Ooh, that sounds good. Far says love grilled cheese and tomatoes on toast. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm special. Not in a good way. I'm special. Uh, yeah, Julia Roberts was in Steel Magnolias. Yes. Yep. That's okay. You know me, Miss Paula, I can't even remember names and who was in who. Yes, fried. I love some fried pickles. Fried pickles with ranch. Maybe it is. Yeah, Josh says perhaps Google recipes is trying to tell me something. Yeah, I like to make some fried green tomatoes. Yes, thank you. Yeah, Bonanza. Yep. See, I can't think of yeah, Miss Paula, I can't think of any names. Uh, yes, I watched that. I love that. Ms. Z said The Forgotten, which ran from 2009 to 2010, is a 17-episode ABC crime drama featuring Christian Slater as a leader of a volunteer team that identifies homicide victims. If they made it now, it would be a big hit. Yes, I watched that. I think it was one season, maybe two, 17 episodes. Yes, I was so mad when they took it off the air. Oh my God. I loved it. Far said she watched Cisco Kid as a kid. Are you talking about The Forgotten? Boston? Yes, that was a good show, in my opinion. Yeah. Josh says, that's good, Mr. Steve. I need more true crime content for my channel. Perhaps I can get an exclusive. So if Mr. Steve disappears and we don't see him for a while, we may need to send out do a welfare check on him. Yep, Murder She Wrote. I love that one too. Am I going backwards in chat? I don't know. I probably am. Why? Why do you ask? What did I do? What did I do now? Let's see. Boston says holiday. Yep, the Family Stone. Oh, good. Oh, I do not. I don't do pickled eggs. I like deviled eggs. You like deviled eggs? Love me some deviled eggs. Um. Oh, so it's your fault. So you're trying to blame me, Josh. Thanks. All right, I'm caught up. So we will get back to. Good Lord, how long have we been on here? 3 hours. Oh well, it's all right. It's a Friday night. All right, so we did Rumblefish, show 1984. They have Amadeus. I have never watched this whole movie. Raise your hand if you have. Oh, I gotta get back to my article. I lost my article. Hold on. So Amadeus. When I think of Amadeus, I think of the song from the 80s, Rock Me Amadeus by Falco. That's what I think of. I do not think of this movie. All right, so let me get down. Let me see what they say about it. So where's it at? There it is. So Amadeus, 1984. 1984, another good movie. Anyway, and book. So they say Amadeus is the definitive period drama and one of the best films ever made about artistic ambition. Rather than being a dull biopic that only exists to serve as a history lesson, Milos Forman's masterpiece examined the toxic relationship between the legendary composer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, played by Tom Hulce, and Salieri, played by F. Murray Abraham, a fellow musician who became furious that he could never attain the same level of greatness. Amadeus is one of the few Best Picture winners in the 80s that the Oscars got right, as the Oscars made several questionable decisions in awarding mediocre films like Driving Miss Daisy. What? Love Driving Miss Daisy. And Out of Africa. It also represented the last time in which two actors from the same film were nominated in the Best Actor category, an award that F. Murray Abraham ultimately won in what felt like a cruel posthumous joke at the expense of the real Salieri. So like I said, I've never watched, I've seen clips from it, but I have never watched this movie. Like I said, I know it's flippant, not trying to be flippant, but when I hear Amadeus, I hear the song, the Falco song, Rock Me Amadeus. Anyway, just comes from being an 80s baby or an 80s teenager. Don't even go there, Mr. Steve, with the pickled pig's feet. My dad ate pickled pig's feet and it was disgusting. So Steve said, Avery, wait until you try pickled pig's feet, hot links with the eggs. It's a meal that you won't forget. Yeah. You'll be seeing it over and over and over. Oh God, my dad ate pickled pig's feet. Now Paula said maybe Dave will join us. Dave is probably working. He may be, sometimes he's driving and listening. Most of the time he's driving and listening, but he may not know that we're on tonight. Yeah, Avery says no, with you, Crime Web, to the pickled pig's feet. Far says I watched it a long time, or she says she thinks she watched Amadeus a long time ago. I think I recall liking it. That reminds me of the who is it that sings that song Breakfast at Tiffany's? I said, do you remember Breakfast at Tiffany's? I think recall we both liked it. Oh God, Deep Blue something, was that the name of the group that sang Breakfast at Tiffany's? I like the movie Breakfast at Tiffany's too. Anyway, that's what that reminded me of. Let's see. Yeah, Boston says also no emphatically to pickled pig's feet. Paula says Tom Hulse was in Parenthood. Oh, it's been a long time since I watched Parenthood. What? That's not the kind of deviled eggs we eat. Josh says I recently ran into it. Well, 15th century German recipe for a deviled egg with saffron, and it calls for you to flip the open end with the yolk into a pan of frying butter. No, that's not our kind of Southern deviled eggs. Our kind of Southern deviled eggs is you boil the egg and you cut it in half and you take the yolks out and you mix it with Miracle Whip, mayonnaise, whatever, and whatever you want to put in it. Some people put relish in it or pickles or something, and then you stuff it. You put it, back into the halves of, and then you sprinkle some, what is it, paprika on top of it. That is deviled eggs. Oh my God. Josh says my sister makes pickled chicken feet. They I don't know if they still do, but when I worked at Wally World, at one point I was worked in the meat department, and they sold chicken feet. What do you even do with chicken feet? I want to know. I truly want to know, what do you do with chicken feet? Besides some kind of evil rituals. I don't know. How do you eat chicken feet? I don't know if I want to know or not, but inquiring minds want to know. Asking for a friend. Yes, love that. The Bone Collector, Boston says Bone Collector with Denzel Washington and Angelina Jolie. Absolutely. Yeah, my dad ate gizzards. He loved gizzards, fried gizzards. I don't know if he ate squirrel brains. Josh says my grandma ate gizzards, squirrel brains, and pickled pig's feet and eggs. I don't want to have anything to do with any of that except for the eggs. Yeah, Boston says The Bone Collector, one of the best movies ever made. Yep, it is a good movie. Thank you. Yeah, Boston. Far says Deep Blue something. That's the actual name of the group, is Deep Blue something. Sings Breakfast at Tiffany's. Was listening to it this morning. I love that song. That's that when that comment came up about I recall I like it. That's reminded me of the lyrics to that song. Now I need to watch because I used to watch the movie Breakfast at Tiffany's with my baby sister-in-law, the one who passed away. George Papard was in it. God, he was sexy back in that movie. Who later went on to be in shoot, right once again, right out of the A-Team. The A-Team. I love it when a plan comes together. Yep, George Papard was in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Yep, my dad ate the gizzards and I don't know if he ate the fried hearts. He did eat the fried gizzards. Miss Paula likes that song, Breakfast at Tiffany's. Avery says, no gizzards. What? Miss Z says, I just finished making a new TikTok account. We were shut down for sharing the video of the native advocates talking about ICE in Minnesota. I tried to appeal, but never heard back from them. What? Man, that sucks. I just, don't get me started on that. Of stuff that they will take accounts down for all across platforms, whether it be YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, whatever. Will take down accounts for just something like that, but then they will leave the most vile. Somebody can post the most vile stuff you've ever seen, and don't get banned or it doesn't get taken down. It's just I don't understand it. Josh says the Romans made deviled eggs, but it was more of a spicy egg scramble to go on bread. All right. So 1985, we have Back to the Future. I agree with this one, most definitely. Most definitely agree with Back to the Future. So they say, if I can get past the ads, Back to the Future is one of the most referenced and fondly remembered films of the 80s because it crystallizes the decade in immaculate detail. Ironically, it took a film about traveling back in time to the 50s to embody the popular culture and mindset of the 80s, as Back to the Future kicked off the contemporary obsession with nostalgia. It saw Robert Zemeckis fulfilling his potential as a director, leading him to become one of the most influential and successful filmmakers of the 1980s. Back to the Future is a film that exists within many genres, as it is a science fiction adventure. I'll get that out in a minute. A high concept comedy, a romance story, and a coming of age film all at once. Although both of the film's sequels are quite strong, the original Back to the Future is the rare classic that can be described as perfect. I agree. Love Back to the Future. Yeah, Josh says we're in interesting times. I know. It's like it's like what used to be good is evil, and what used to be evil is good. That's the only way I can explain it. But this is coming from not trying to force religion down anybody's throat, but coming as a person of faith. It's backwards. Everything is backwards. It's backwards. Anyway. Rocky, also a good movie. My dad loved the Rocky movies. Absolutely. What? Oh my God. Mr. Steve says, I don't know how I survived eating fried gizzards and livers from a local gas station. Who would eat anything from a gas station? I ask. Their salted grease was to die for, and I'm sure probably unhealthier than cigarettes. Yeah. I don't know. Back in the day, in the 80s, I ate gas station food, but I would not eat gas station food now unless it's in a sealed bag. If it's cooked, prepared, I'll pass. Thank you. Okay. So now we're on to 86 Blue Velvet. I think somebody mentioned this earlier. It might have been Mustang, maybe. I think I might have watched this one once all the way through a long, long time ago. Once again, maybe when it came out in 86. So I don't remember much about it. But they say Blue Velvet is one of the definitive David Lynch films because it crystallized his interest in subversive. They're using big words with me tonight. I'm not good with the big words tonight. So it crystallized his interest in subversive, surrealistic neo-noir storytelling that refracted components of familiar genres. By taking an idealized suburban community and literally looking at the insidious weeds that grow underneath it, Blue Velvet offered a dark approximation of the American dream by showing how society represses trauma as a means of escape, only to be haunted by memories of the past. Blue Velvet is a film that is fun to speculate about because all of Lynch's work has inspired intensive academia, but it's also a very entertaining experience because of the quirky humor and memorable performances, including Dennis Hopper. I love Dennis Hopper in one of the most unusual roles of his entire career. It's also a fascinating early point in Lynch's relationship with Kyle MacLachlan, as they would reunite to make the best show of the 90s with Twin Peaks, of course. Who killed Laura Palmer? So I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and give Blue Velvet another watch. Let's see. So Ms. Z says they considered it political, and we aren't. No, you're not political. I did create a song about it and put it on YouTube, X, and Facebook. LOL. But see, that let all this other, and once again, this is not a political channel. We don't, but they let other political vile stuff stay up. Like I said, everything is backwards. Mustang, she's in Arkansas, Northwest Arkansas. It says gas station pizza is good here. I don't know. I don't know if I've had gas station pizza. I don't know if any of the gas stations around here has pizza. Now I will eat the what do they call it? Crispitos from gas stations, from a certain gas station. One next town over that I work in. I don't think I've had gas station pizza. Ms. Z says Doc loves Back to the Future. I'm gonna start calling him Doc Brown. Maybe it was Far that mentioned it. Far says she loves Blue Velvet. I'm gonna have to give it another watch, revisit it. Yes, we can't. Yeah, Beetlejuice, absolutely. Love Beetlejuice. Boston, are you talking about Blue Velvet or something else? Boston says not seen it. I'll write it down. Mr. Steve said, talking about gas station pizza. Recently, my grandson had a slice from a station and exclaimed that it was the greatest pizza ever. Maybe I should try gas station pizza. I don't know. What? So Josh says, laughing at says some of my cousins who lived in the backwoods of South Carolina and also grew some devil's lettuce moved to Denver and told me there was no food there. There was no food in Denver. Oh my goodness. All right. Oh, yep, Beetlejuice. Far says David Lee. Sorry, everything's jumping. David Lynch liked working with Kyle. I think they did a few things together. Yeah, I just saw Kyle MacLachlan was on, and God, I'm looking at him in this picture, and he's gotten old, which, as we all are. He was on one of the late night talk shows. I don't know if it was on Colbert, but Kyle MacLachlan, I think it was Kyle MacLachlan. I don't know if he has some kind of a movie or a new movie or something coming out, or a TV show. Yes, I want some Doritos now. Oh, yes, I have had Hunt Brothers Pizza. Yes, I have had Hunt Brothers Pizza. Yeah, Josh said greasy gas station pizza like Hunt Brothers. Yes. Yeah, when I was doing home health caregiving in one of the towns I worked in that I had clients in, on the way home there was a gas station that had a Hunt's Brothers pizza in it, and every once in a while I would stop. That's what we would have for supper. It was actually pretty good. It was actually pretty good. Yeah, Boston says, yeah, I wasn't thinking, yeah, I was just thinking, I don't know what I was thinking about. Yeah, Boston says, small town up the highway, gas station, best pizza ever. Paula says she remembers Kyle MacLachlan. What is QT? Josh says QT pizza isn't bad. What is QT? All right. Next we have a 1987 broadcast news. I don't even know if I've watched this one all the way through. Let's see what they say about it. So broadcast news 1987. It says broadcast news was a perfect embodiment of what television journalism was like in the 80s, and remains an insightful story about the complex ethics involved in media. Maybe I should watch it, considering what's going on in media these days. Although writer-director James Brooks had previously picked up Oscars for both Best Picture and Best Director for Terms of Endearment, another movie that makes me cry. Broadcast news is just as emotionally rich, whilst also demonstrating the type of humor that he would later utilize as a co-creator of The Simpsons. Lord, The Simpsons. Broadcast news has a perfect trio of lead performances, including Holly Hunter in the role that helped to put her on the map. Albert Brooks, an accomplished director in his own right, was able to bring vulnerability and pathos to a character that could have easily been dismissed as comic relief. And the late great William Hurt was able to depict a complex, flawed romantic interest to Hunter's character. So, like I said, I'm gonna have to revisit that too. I don't know that I've ever watched broadcast news all the way through. Oh, Quick Trip. Okay, the Quick Trip pizza. I had a brain fart. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what is QT. What is QT? Gotcha. Yeah. Far says Kyle was the main character in Dune. All right. So for 1988, Die Hard. Yes. In my opinion, out of this list, and I forgot what number one is. Oh no, I remember what number one is. In my opinion, this one should be the number one. 1988, Die Hard. Who can go wrong with Bruce Willis? And the aforementioned Alan Rickman as Hans Gruber. So let's say Die Hard might be the single most duplicated film in history, because contemporary action cinema would be non-existent if it was not for John McTiernan's masterpiece. Although Die Hard inspired 4 sequels not that good. They say 2 of which are quite good. It became more memorable as a film that was constantly used to pitch other action premises. So they said Speed was Die Hard on a bus, Air Force One was Die Hard on a plane, The Rock was Die Hard in Alcatraz, and Olympus Has Fallen was Die Hard in the White House. So Die Hard still ranks head and shoulders above other action films because of Bruce Willis's performance as John McClane, and you can't leave out Alan Rickman as Hans, one of the best villains ever, my opinion. So while he was by no means an expected choice to play a smart talking New York cop, Willis brought the humor, humanity, and heart needed to play one of the coolest heroes in cinematic history. Amen. Oh, now I'm gonna have to watch Die Hard. Yes, Alan Rickman. What? Far has never seen Die Hard? Oh my God. If you ever get a chance, if you like action movies, even if you don't, watch Die Hard. Yes, it is a Christmas movie. No matter what anybody says, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Oh my God, I love you, Josh. So Josh says, gotta go, Doc. If my calculations are correct, when this chat hits 88 messages per hour, you're going to see some serious, I'll say it, shit. See you in the future, night all. Thank you, Josh. We love Josh. Please, once again, if you have not already, check out Where Lavender Grows, Josh's channel. It is a true crime channel. It's not a gardening channel. We love Josh. We go way back. A lot of us go way back with Josh. Always a pleasure having you here, my friend. Thank you so much. Yeah, we've been here. It's 3.5 hours. Not bad. It's only midnight here in Central Time. But I thank everybody who's hanging in here. Miss Paula says she can think of a few others that are just as cool. Absolutely. Which ones do you think are just as cool? Oh, wait. You've never watched a Bruce Willis movie? Hold on. Miss Farr says, I don't think I've ever seen a Bruce Willis movie. Oh, you did watch The Sixth Sense. Yes. The Sixth Sense. Yep. You got Die Hard. You got The Sixth Sense. You got the Die Hard sequels, which I don't agree with them when they said, I don't know. Maybe the second one has been... I don't know. I don't really watch the sequels. I watched the first one, but The Sixth Sense was good. What's some other Bruce Willis movies? I don't know. Whenever I might automatically think Die Hard whenever I think of Bruce Willis. Yes, we hope Josh has a good night. Yeah. Josh says, I see sleepy people everywhere. Yeah. Mustang says, the midnight hour is close at hand. Okay, Josh says, I'll be redoing a live that messed up last week, the one Saturday. It should be Sunday, probably at 4 p.m. Central Time. Central Time. Excellent. Excellent. I will most definitely, hopefully I should be able to watch it live. If not, I will definitely watch replay. Oh, you talking about better action stars than Bruce? Paula says Sylvester Stallone, Arnold, Schwarzenegger, Clint Eastwood. I agree. I love Bruce Willis. It's just so sad about Bruce Willis. So sad. So sad. All right. So number one, for 1989, they have Do the Right Thing. Now, I do like this movie, but I don't know, just for sentimental purposes, I love Die Hard. So let's see what they say. So this was obviously a Spike Lee movie, or a Spike Lee joint, as they call Spike Lee movies. So they say Do the Right Thing is the rare film that remains just as important, if not more so, today as it did when it first debuted, as Spike Lee had his finger on the pulse when describing the way in which race relations had evolved in America. Lee was by no means the first African-American film director, but his success was highly influential and helped a generation of Black artists see themselves on screen for the first time. Do the Right Thing may have the single greatest ensemble cast of the 80s, as it included breakout performances from such legendary stars as Giancarlo Esposito, John Turturro, and Samuel L. Jackson. I love all three of them, but Sam Jackson, love Sam Jackson. Although the film's dark ending is an absolute gut punch, it is a story told with such urgency, passion, and earnestness that it has only become more rewarding and insightful upon each subsequent viewing. So it's been a while since I've watched Do the Right Thing, long time, but I do like Spike Lee's movies, absolutely. Yes, I know. Yeah, Bruce is still alive, but just the condition that he's in, um, is not good, not good. All right, so I think that was their list. So like I said, some of them I agreed with, and some of them I have my own. Everybody has their own opinions, but some of them some of them it reminded me of ones that I'd forgotten about. Like I said, like Do the Right Thing and Blue Velvet. I had to go back and maybe watch again now that I'm older. Yes, Far says Basketball Diaries was a good film. Yes, it was, absolutely. All right, so that was there. All right, so that was there. So once again, this was from collider.com. I put the link in the chat earlier, but I will I'll go back and I have to go back and put it in the description box after the live is over. So I made my own list of movies that I could watch, that I have watched a million times and that I can watch a million more times. So if you guys are interested in that, we can take a look at that quickly. Batman. Which Batman? There's been so many Batman movies. So who was y'all's favorite Batman of the many actors that have played Batman in the movies? Oh God, there's been so many. There's been see who else played Batman? Val Kilmer's played Batman. All the names just flew out of my head. George Clooney's played Batman. Who else has played Batman? Michael Keaton. Thank you. Michael Keaton's played Batman. Yes, love Morgan Freeman. Absolutely. All of them. Mustang is Michael Keaton. Yeah, Michael Keaton was a good Batman. I'm trying to think of what's his name, the one that played in Psycho. Not Psycho. What's his name? Come on. Yes, thank Christian Bale. Christian Bale. I really like Christian Bale's Batman. Robert Pattinson. I haven't watched that one. Who else? Of course, in the original TV show, you had Adam West. But as far as movies go, is that all of them? So we had Michael Keaton, Christian Bale, George Clooney. I can't think for crap anymore. Yep. Far says I can watch the original Batman over and over with Adam West. Don't like the new ones. Yeah. I'm trying to think. Probably the one Christian Bale ones are the last Batman's incarnation of the Batman movies that I've watched. I have not seen the ones with Robert Pattinson. I'm trying to think if there's anybody I've missed that played Batman in the movies. There have been so many. I think we covered most of them. Okay, so anyway, you guys can keep putting in your favorite movies or whatever, or movies that you can watch over and over, favorite movies, whatever. So this is my list. We'll quickly go over them. I think I have 15. These are on no particular order. But first I have The Breakfast Club. We talked about The Breakfast Club earlier. I forgot to bookmark all my info. Anyway, love The Breakfast Club. I love any and all John Hughes movies, which he did most of them. He did Breakfast Club, 16 Candles, Pretty in Pink, all those. But The Breakfast Club, in my opinion, is the best. My favorite. It came out in 1985. I'm trying to give you spoilers for anybody who might not have seen them. The Breakfast Club follows 5 very different high school students, from the brain to the rebel, who are forced to spend a Saturday detention together. Over the day, they clash, share secrets, and confront stereotypes, discovering unexpected common ground. Praised for its sharp dialogue, relatable characters, and authentic portrayal of teen life, it remains a beloved 1980s classic and a defining work of John Hughes' career. And there's it made me feel so old, but I was looking a while ago and something popped up that this month actually, The Breakfast Club turned 40. It came out 41 years ago. 41 years ago. Oh my God. I wish that article would pop back up. It was right on the first page when I think when I searched it a while earlier. But I was like, there's no way that it came out 41 years ago. But it did. It did. Trying to find that article. Anyway, of course, it's not going to come up. So I love The Breakfast Club. Far says The Breakfast Club is a great movie. Yeah, you got the Brat Pack. You got Far says that long ago I was 19. Let's see, it came out in 85. I was 14. I was born in 71. Let me get to the come on. There we go. Trying to find the good old Wikipedia here. So, of course, they're written and directed by John Hughes. It starred Emilio Estevez, Paul Gleason, Anthony Michael Hall, Judd Nelson, Molly Ringwald, Ally Sheedy. Let's say we're not going to read all the plot and everything. Yeah, so Emilio Estevez played the jock, Andrew. Paul Gleason played the Mr. Vernon, the teacher. Or the vice principal. Anthony Michael Hall was the brain, Brian. Judd Nelson was John Bender. He was the criminal. One of my favorite roles and characters ever. So Molly Ringwald played the princess, Claire, and Ally Sheedy played the basket case, Allison. So those were the main, the main characters. So yeah, I mean, I could put this one on repeat and just watch it over and over and over. I can quote one of those you can quote every single line, every noise, everything, because you just watch it so many times. That is one of those kind of movies for me. Hey, Duck and Felonies, good to see you. Says I wasn't even thought of yet. I was born in 87. Man, you're younger than my baby brother. My baby brother was born in 80. It's good to see you here. Good to see you. We're just having some fun tonight. Paula was born in 79, so you're about the same age. You're a year older than my baby brother. No, Far says she was 20. She was born in 65. All right. So next I have the Lost Boys. Oh my God, Lost Boys. And I actually watched I fell asleep watching the Lost Boys last night because I put the slideshow together last night. And I think I ended up having, because unfortunately a lot of these 80s movies are hard. You can't find them on a lot of the streaming services. But I do have, it used to be called Vudu. I think it's now the Fandango app, where you can either rent movies or you can buy them. So when movies go on sale, I buy them. And the Lost Boys was, I think they put it on sale for like $3.99, which means basically you can download it and you have it on your phone or whatever device you have forever. So I fell asleep watching the Lost Boys last night. So I had really good dreams last night. Anyway, so the Lost Boys, for anybody who doesn't know, another stellar, in my opinion, stellar cast. Oh God, yeah, Kiefer Sutherland. You have the Coreys, Feldman and Haim. You have the Frog Brothers. I can't remember the actors that. Well, Corey Feldman played one of the Frog Brothers. I can't remember who played the other Frog Brother. And you had Corey Haim. You had Michael. Once again, names elude me tonight. Hold on. Jason Patric played Michael. Corey Haim played Sam. You had Diane Weiss, who played Lucy, their mom. Bernard Hughes played Grandpa. Edward Herman. I'm trying not to give too much away for anybody who might not have seen it. Of course, you had Kiefer Sutherland plays David, the head vampire. You had Alexander Winter played one of the vampires, who's also in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Let me get down to the cast on here. Okay, so you had Jason Patric as Michael, Corey Haim as Sam, Diane Weiss as Lucy, Bernard Hughes as Grandpa, Edward Herman as Max, Kiefer as David, Jamie Gertz played Star, Feldman played Edgar Frog, Jameson Newlander played Alan Frog. You have Brooke McCarter as Paul, who's one of the vampires. Billy Worth played Dwayne, another one of the vampires. Alex Winter played Marco, another one of the vampires. Chance Michael Corbett played Laddie. Kelly Jo Minter played Maria, and then Tim Capello. It was the guy that he's an actual musician. I think he played for who did he play for? Tina Turner, maybe back in the day. Saxophone player. Yeah, just and Joe Schumacher wrote and directed it. So yeah, very. If you haven't seen it, if you like horror, vampires, or not, because it's a mix of comedy and drama, and then the 80s cheesiness. It's just all the good stuff wrapped into one. Turn this off for a minute. I've been talking too much here. All right, let me get caught up right quick. As far as says, I'm like that with the Scream. I can recite the whole movie, every character. I used to recite most of Scream. It's been so long since I watched it, though. I have to refresh myself on it. Oh yeah. Miss Paula says, "Love the Lost Boys, hot guys." Oh yeah, there's a plethora of hot guys. I'm telling you, I had really good dreams last night, falling asleep watching it. Oh God, because you can't go wrong with any of these guys. Dadgummit. You can never go wrong with Jason Patric. You can never go wrong with Kiefer. I never really thought that either of the Coreys was that hot. I mean, You can never go wrong with Brooke McCarter. Never, ever, ever go wrong with Billy Worth. Anybody who's seen it, he was the Dwayne, the dark-haired one with the long black hair. Of course, you have Alex Winter. Yeah, just a plethora, like I said. And then for the guys, you had Jamie Gertz. I like Jamie Gertz as an actress. Diane Wiest is amazing in anything that she does, in my opinion. Bernard Hughes, I love Bernard Hughes. And also Edward Herrmann. He's been in a lot of movies. He played Max. Yeah, so just a plethora of eye candy in that movie. Duckin says she can watch Who Framed Roger Rabbit over and over. Yes, I remember going to see Who Framed Roger Rabbit at the movie theaters. What Mustang says, I like the original Almost Boys. What? Far likes my choices so far. Thank you. I'm trying to get through them quickly. I know we've been here for a while, almost 4 hours, but thank you to everybody who's hanging in. We've actually got 10 people here. We got our late night crowd here. Flatliners, I believe. Far said, what was the movie with Kiefer where they killed each other, brought them back to life? Flatliners. That was a good movie. Yep. Let's see it. Flatliners. Oh, yes. Interview. Mustang says Interview with the Vampire. I think that one made the list. I think I put it on the list. I said I did this really late last night. And it started out, I was just going to do 10. And I know and it ended up being 15 that I put on here, but there's more than that. But these are just the 15 the main ones. But yes, love the Interview with the Vampire movie. Tom Cruise played Lestat. God, once again, names. Not I was supposed to say Val Kilmer. Brad Pitt played Louis. Then you had Kirsten Dunst plays Claudia. What's his name? Played Armand. Oh my God, y'all, it's getting late. Antonio Banderas. Have any of you that like vampire movies or Interview the Vampire been watching the AMC has been doing basically the whole Anne Rice universe? They started out with Interview with the Vampire, a series, which is what I did when we had all the snow, when I was snowed in for a week, couldn't get out of the house for a week. I had I think it's 2 seasons they've done so far of Interview with the Vampire. I had them DVR'd. I watched both of those. Loved them. Very good. So then now they also have done the Mayfair Witches. So I'm on the first season. I've made it through about half of the first season of that. I think there's 2 seasons of that so far. And they've also started the Talamasca, which if anybody familiar with the Anne Rice universe, the Talamasca is basically the order that keeps a secret order that keeps an eye on all the witches and the vampires and blah blah blah. But anyway, I digress. But I loved the movie Interview the Vampire, and then I also loved. So you had Tom Cruise played Lestat in Interview the Vampire, and then you had Queen of the Damned. Stuart Copeland, I believe, played Lestat in Queen of the Damned. Love that one. And to me, I think the point I was going to make with mentioning the series is that the guy that Sam Reed plays Lestat in the TV series that AMC is doing. And his portrayal of Lestat reminds me more of the Queen of the Damned, Stuart Copeland, the way he portrayed Lestat, more than the way that Tom Cruise portrayed him in Interview with the Vampire. Anyway, I went a long way around just to make that point. But if for anybody who likes the Anne Rice universe, Interview the Vampire, Mayfair Witch series, Talamasca, check out the series that they've been doing on all three of them. Yeah, Mustang Bad Boys with Sean Penn. It's been a long time since I watched that one. That's an interesting take. Far says, talking about Interview with the Vampire, said, love the movie and the book. The only Tom Cruise movie, I can't talk. The only Tom Cruise movie I've ever seen. If Freddie Mercury was alive when it was made, he is how I pictured Lestat. I've never thought about that. That is interesting. Yeah, because Lestat in the books, in the series, goes through a phase where he's a rock star. I said that's how in Queen of the Damned movie, that the Stuart Copeland is kind of how he portrayed him. I never thought about Freddie Mercury. Love Freddie Mercury. Yes, we're talking about Jason Patric and Kiefer Sutherland. What about him? Lost. You talking about the TV show? I have not watched Lost. It's on my to watch list at some point. If you're talking about the TV show, Ms. Z is still hanging in. Says the Lost Boys, the Tribe I didn't know that had Kiefer's half brother Angus Sutherland play the top vampire. I don't even know if I've watched that. If I've watched, I don't think I have. I'm gonna have to watch it. And I'm surprised. To my knowledge, they've never, that I know of, made like a TV series out of the Lost Boys. See, I'm trying to decide if I would like that or not. If it was done well, the correct way, I would watch it. But I'm really surprised. Somebody remind me if they have done a TV series version of the Lost Boys. But to my knowledge, I don't think they have. They've done, seems like, TV series of a lot of the 80s movies. Yes, ma'am. Miss Paula says Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise are hot as hellfire. I agree. All right. So what's next on my list? Young Guns. Another stellar cast. Once again, some of the Brat Pack. And I didn't put both of them, but I also include Young Guns 2. So Young Guns and Young Guns 2. Thank you, Mr. Steve. He said good night, everyone. Enjoyed the chat. Thank you, Mr. Steve. We love having you here. We adore you. You are the national treasure. Get rested up. Tell the family that we said hi. Hope everybody is doing well. And stay out of trouble. Don't do anything to make Mr. Steve mad. We'll have to send somebody out for a welfare check on you. Thank you, Mr. Steve. Please do check out True Crime Web YouTube channel. Like I said, he hasn't done anything lately because he's been busy doing important work. But there's lots of content that's on there that you can watch. Also, check out the truecrimeweb.com. It has a link and all the information for the foundation and everything that they do that allows Mr. Steve to go out onto the road and help these families free of charge. So we thank Mr. Steve for everything that he does. Absolutely. Yep. Ms. Z says Queen of the Dam was good. I agree. Yes, Blade. She says she's a huge Blade fan. Wesley Snipes. Yes, I love that. Yes, love Blade. Absolutely. You've never heard of Young Guns? What? We're going to have to remedy that. Yes, it came out in 80. When did it come out? Hold on. Once again, I forgot to. I was going to bookmark all this info, but I forgot to. So, working on the fly here. Oh shoot. Sorry, I almost threw myself out of StreamYard on the laptop because I forgot to switch tabs. Hold on. I remember Young Guns came out. I was okay. So Young Guns came out in the 80s, obviously. But us poor folk like me, I'll tell you the story while I'm waiting for the info to come up here. It's back when you still had movie rental places such as like Blockbuster, which we didn't have a Blockbuster in our town, but usually every little small town or surrounding town had, you know, a little place where you could go rent a movie. But we would have to rent a VCR and a couple of movies because we didn't have a VCR. We couldn't afford a VCR, but we could afford to rent one maybe once or twice a month if we were good. We would get to you could rent a VCR and how many ever movies we could usually get had enough money to rent the VCR and one or two movies. And Young Guns was one of the movies that we rented on a regular basis to watch. And so we would watch our one or two movies for 2 days straight, because you usually get them for 2 days, like Friday and Saturday or Saturday and Sunday over the weekend. And we would watch it over and over and over and over. Young Guns was one of those. So it came out in 1988. So it came out later than I thought it did. So it is, of course, I had Kiefer Sutherland. Once again, why won't the Young Guns, a reimagined legend of Billy the Kid, following a gang of young gunmen turned lawmen who set out to avenge their mentor's homicide amid the Lincoln County War. As their pursuit shifts from justice to vengeance, they find themselves, hunted, packed with star power, stylish shootouts, and a brisk pace. It is a rebellious, modern take on the Western, fun and energetic, if not strictly historically accurate, which is true. So you had Emilio Estevez, Kiefer Sutherland, Lou Diamond Phillips, Charlie Sheen, the Gamut, the Brat Pack, you know. Let me go to Wikipedia. Get the whole list. So you had Emilio Estevez played Billy the Kid. Kiefer Sutherland played Doc Scarlock. Lou Diamond Phillips played Chavez. Charlie Sheen played Dick Brewer. Dermot Mulroney was in it. He played Dirty Steve Stevens. Casey Siemaszko played Charlie. Terrence Stamp played John Tunstall. Jack Palance was in it. He played Murphy. Terry O'Quinn played McSween. Sharon Thomas played Susan, his wife. Alice Carter played Yin Soon. So yeah, just a who's who of 80s actors. Lots of, as Miss Paula said about Lost Boys earlier, lots of hot guys in Young Guns too, and in Young Guns too, because along with most of those, Christian Slater was also in Young Guns too. So let me look that one up. So I've watched both of those numerous times. Oh, come on. Why are you not? There it is. Okay. So in Young Guns 2, you had the same. You had Emilio Estevez, Kiefer, Lou Diamond Phillips. You also had Christian Slater, played Arkansas Dave Rudaball. William Peterson. We mentioned CSI earlier. William Peterson played Pat Garrett. Alan Ruck played Henry William French. Balthazar Getty was in it. He played Tom. Jenny Wright, she was in Near Dark, another one of my favorite vampire movies. She played Jenny or Jane in Great House. Viggo Mortensen was in it. He played Poe, John Poe. So John Bon Jovi made a brief appearance in it because he did the theme song, Blaze of Glory, for it. He had a non-speaking role as a bandit. He gets taken out, to say the least. So anyway, yeah, love both of those. Let's see. Mustang says Young Guns was good. Paula's not seen. You've not seen Blade? Wow. I agree. Ms. Z says we need some new vampire movies. There has not been any good ones in a while. I know. I'm trying to think. There have been ones that have come out, but like you said, in my opinion, not good. Not like the Interview with the Vampires and the Lost Boys and the Near Darks and the list goes on. I mean, and then you used to have back in the day a lot of TV shows. You had Forever Night. That was a good one. You had Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Then you had the spinoff Angel. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. So nowadays, or not nowadays, but maybe early 2010s, you had like the Vampire Diaries, and I've never watched any of those. Now you did have 1 or 2 seasons. It was called Moonlight. It was kind of a rip off of Forever Night. It was good. I liked it. It had Alex. God, what was his last name? Hold on. He was on a 5-0. The reboot of Hawaii 5-0. Oh shoot! I keep going to the wrong tab. Hold on. Sorry, when I get to talking vampires, I will be here all night. If I can spell. No. Okay, maybe if I put in Moonlight TV show. There we go. So it was on in 2007. So you had Alex O'Loughlin played Mick St. John. He was a vampire / private investigator. Let's see, who else did you have in it? Where's the cast? Come on. I think he was probably the biggest name. And like I said, Alex O'Loughlin went on to play the lead in the reboot of Hawaii 5-0. So you had Alex O'Loughlin. Shannon Salzman played Coraline in the flashbacks. Sophia Miles played Beth. She was a reporter. You had Jason Doring. He played Joseph. But yeah, it was good. It was on for, I think, one or 2 seasons. Maybe just one. Yeah, I think it was just 1 season. Yeah, 16 episodes. So, I mean, as far as, like Ms. Z was saying, good modern day vampire movies and or TV shows, you don't see them anymore. You don't see them anymore, and it makes me sad. But at least we still have the old the old original, or the old ones, the 80s and 90s. Paula agreed. Ms. Z says, Young Guns, Lou Diamond Phillips researched extensively, consulted a Mescalero elder, books on Mescalero Apache culture, not just a script. He convinced producers to hire Apache elder George Blaylock. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, so he convinced producers to hire Apache elder George Blaylock to teach authentic skills like tracking and sign cutting. Excellent. Yep. Missy says, I respect him for really honoring the culture. Absolutely. Yeah. John Bon Jovi went down in a blaze of glory in that scene. Absolutely. Yep. Oh, somebody who's actually seen Forever Night. And Forever Night is another one that I mentioned. They're like, well, what is that? I've never heard of Forever Night. I'm like, am I just like the biggest vampire nerd ever, or have you just not seen? So it makes makes my heart happy when other people have seen these shows, these obscure shows. But yes, Forever Night was excellent. I forgot it was on for a pretty good amount of seasons. Let me look it up. Come on, no, I don't want. I put Forever in. It's trying to send me to Forever 21. No. Oh my God! Once again, I keep forgetting to change tabs. Yeah, Forever Night had a good cast. If I can remember correctly, mostly Canadian. Had Garrett Wynn Davies played. I'm trying to think. Garrett Wynn Davies played Nick. Now it's still trying to send me to Forever 21. No. Anyway, okay, finally made it there. Oh, good Lord. Lord help me. So it premiered in May of 1992. It had 3 seasons. It ended in May of 1996. So Nick Knight was a Toronto police detective. He worked the graveyard shift, obviously, because he was the vampire. Can you guys still see me? Sorry, my phone went off. Anyway, I was looking up Forever Night. Was I gone for a minute? Hold on. Let me check your. Okay, I guess I was still there. Okay. I don't know why my screen it's charging, but I don't know why it keeps going off. So yeah, Garrett Wynn Davies played Nick, Nigel Bennett played Lucian, Deborah Duchesne played Jeanette, Catherine Disher played Natalie, John Capellos played Detective Shanky. Yeah, just a good show. Like I said, but it's not a whole lot of people, just like the movie Near Dark. Not a lot. I mentioned, we're talking about vampire movies. Okay, have you seen Near Dark? No, I've never seen Near Dark. How can you not seen Near Dark? Anyway, I guess I'm just the biggest vampire nerd. I don't know. Yep, True Blood. Love True Blood. Absolutely. That was probably the last good vampire show that's on, and that's been a hot minute since that's been on. As he says, Moonlight was good. She did like it. Yeah, I wished it would have lasted more than 1 season. Yep, Alex O'Loughlin. Yeah, I thought I disappeared because my phone it timed out. So anyway. Oh, she did. That's Ms. Z says Sophia Miles, who played what was her name on the show, Beth? From Moonlight, looked like a sister to Kate Winslet. She did. Yeah, 3. Yeah, it was on for 3 seasons. Yeah, and I have all 3 seasons on DVD over there. Need to pull them out and watch them. All right, we gotta get to it. Okay, so next we have Star Wars. And so I just put the Empire Strikes Back, but I included the original trilogy, which is 4, 5, and 6. So A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi. So I'm sure if you don't know Star Wars, you don't know, you know. But yeah, I watched those over and over. The 1, 2, and 3, the next trilogy they did. The only one I really liked out of those was the third one, which was Revenge of the Sith. It's funny how I like, and really, so the darker ones I like. So out of the first 1, 2, and 3, my favorite was Revenge of the Sith, which is the darkest one, which was when Anakin turned into Darth Vader. And then in 4, 5, and 6, the original trilogy, Empire Strikes Back, which was the 5, is my favorite one. It's the darkest one. Now the last 3, I don't know. I've only seen the first 2. I haven't seen the last one, so I have no judgment on that yet. But anyway, so far says True Blood was an insult to vampires. Also, in my opinion, that was the beginning of them becoming peas. Couldn't watch it. It was more a comedy. I agree to an extent. It was different. Now, it was based on a series of books, which I read the books before they put the show out. So I'd read the books. But yeah, it was a different take on the vampire story. But I mean, I liked it. I liked it. And to me, I mean, you're talking about how it was more of a comedy. The TV show was a lot darker than the books were. The books were more lighthearted. I don't know if that's the right word, lighthearted and comedic than the show was, because the show did get dark sometimes. Absolutely. All right. Have I watched that one? Ms. Z says, speaking of Canadian vampire shows, Blood Ties, Kyle Schmid played Henry Fitzroy, Dylan Neal, Mike Salucci, Christina Cox, Vicky Nelson. That sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've watched it. I'll have to look it up and see. Now, another one, you reminded me of another one, Kindred the Embraced. I think it was only on for, I can't remember how many seasons it was on. That was a really good one. It was based on the card or role-playing game, Kindred the Embraced. That was a really good one. I like that one. It was on back in the probably early to mid 90s, if I remember correctly. That was a really good one, in my opinion. All right, so next I had on my list Reservoir Dogs. Love Reservoir Dogs. Of course, earlier when Josh was in here, he mentioned Michael Madsen, who was my heart. Love Michael Madsen. May he rest in peace, because he passed away a couple of years ago. I don't know if it's been a year. It's probably been a year. A Quentin Tarantino movie. I actually watched. So you're either a basically you're either a Quentin Tarantino fan or you're not. I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot of gray area when it comes to Quentin Tarantino. I happen to be a Quentin Tarantino fan. I've watched all his movies, love them. I actually watched, so his first really big hit was his second movie, which was Pulp Fiction. It was just exploded, rightfully so, in my opinion. One of my top 3 favorite movies of all time. So after watching Pulp Fiction, went to the movie theaters to see it back when you couldn't afford to go to the movie theaters. I'm like, I want more Quentin Tarantino movies. So somebody said, go get Reservoir Dogs. So I actually had to go buy it. You couldn't rent it anywhere. So I went to the mall, back when malls are still open, back in the 90s, and bought the VHS of Reservoir Dogs. Proceeded to wear it out quickly because I watched it over and over and over. Had to buy a new copy of it. And I think I probably, as much as I love Pulp Fiction, I probably like Reservoir Dogs more than I like Pulp Fiction. Probably one or two on my list of, like I said, when it comes to Quentin Tarantino and his movies, it's usually not a gray area. It's either you love them or you hate them, whatever. You like them, you don't like them, whatever. I happen to be a fan. Stellar cast. Once again, and Quentin, I think what I like the most, now he can be, like I said, he's an acquired taste. Most of his movies do have a lot of violence and a lot of language. But to me, the thing I like best about his writing and his directing is his dialogue. Fantastic dialogue. He writes fantastic dialogue. I forgot what I was looking at for Reservoir Dogs. And his casting. He uses a mix of established actors and actors that you may not have ever heard of until you watch a Quentin Tarantino film and you say, hey, who is that? That's how I discovered Michael Madsen when I watched watched Reservoir Dogs. I'm like, who is that? I want to see more of him. For one, he's beautiful, and for two, he's a good actor in my opinion. Oh, come on, let me get to the trying to get to the cast. So you have a stellar cast. So you have Harvey Keitel, played Mr. White. So in the movie, so let me just give a brief synopsis for anybody who didn't know. So it was written and directed by Quentin Tarantino. It was his first feature length film. It stars Harvey Keitel, Tim Roth, Chris Penn, Steve Buscemi, Lawrence Tierney, Michael Madsen. Quentin is actually in it. Edward Bunker. They're diamond thieves whose heist of a jewelry store goes terribly wrong. I'm going to try not to give away any spoilers for anybody who hasn't seen it, who might want to watch it. Kirk Baltz is in it. Randy Brooks, Stephen Wright. Sorry, my phone was trying to go. So all the ones that take part in the heist have nicknames, they don't give their real names. So you have Harvey Keitel was Mr. White, Tim Roth was Mr. Orange, Michael Madsen was Mr. Blonde, Chris Penn was Nice Guy Eddie. He wasn't in on that. He helped plan it. Steve Buscemi was Mr. Pink. Lawrence Tierney played Joe. Edward Bunker played Mr. Blue. Quentin Tarantino was Mr. Brown. So just a good cast, in my opinion. So, like I said, if you, once again, I'm trying to, I keep hitting the wrong buttons and trying to throw myself out of the studio here. So whoever's still here, we got 8 people here. Like I said, you either like Quentin Tarantino and his movies, or you don't. Just for anybody, I'll just say it whenever I recommend. If people say, well, should I watch it or not? Watch it at your own risk. Watch it at your own discretion. Like I said, there is a lot of violence. There's a lot of language, but there's also a lot of good casting, good acting, good dialogue. Quentin Tarantino, I think that's his strongest point, is the dialogue that he writes. Just my opinion. Yes, going back to True Blood. Yeah, how Bill would say Suki just would crack me up. I know. Miss Paula, you've never seen Reservoir Dogs? Miss Paula, have you seen any Quentin Tarantino movies? Like Pulp Fiction, Jackie Brown, trying to think of he's got so many. Just look up filmography of Quentin. Yes, Clockwork Orange is a great movie. Miss Farr is a fan. She said Reservoir Dogs was brilliant. One movie in which ear cutting scene with Mr. Blonde, with Michael Madsen. She says the one movie in which I cannot watch the ear being cut off. Seen movie many times, can't watch that scene. Yeah, to me, well, maybe that says something about me. That's one of my favorite scenes. But it does not actually show him cutting the ear off. I mean, it does show him holding. Obviously, it's a fake ear afterwards. But yeah, I just love Stuck in the Middle. Whenever I hear Stuck, I can't hear the song Stuck in the Middle with You by Stealers Wheel, because that's the song. So this is not really giving away any spoilers, but that's the song that is playing when Michael Madsen is doing this little dance and cutting this certain guy's ear off. And he's dancing around, and it's just a classic. You haven't seen Pulp Fiction either, Miss Paula? Oh my gosh. You should watch. If violence and language doesn't offend you, watch Reservoir Dogs, watch Pulp Fiction. And then go from there. If you like those, go from there to the other ones. Yep, Stuck in the Middle with You. Exactly. Far says, as soon as you hear Stuck in the Middle with You by Stealers Wheel, I can't, yeah. I immediately start seeing that scene in my mind and seeing Michael dancing around and doing his little dance. And oh my goodness, Lord. I miss Michael Madsen so much. I miss him so much. Oh, all right. So next we have going to some more, back to some horror. The original, well, I put the original Halloween. Yeah, Mustang and Grease. With Far about Stuck in the Middle with You. The original Halloween, of course, Jamie Lee Curtis, obviously. To me, the best, or my favorite, in my opinion, the best horror movie ever. Came out in 70. I'm trying to think of it off the top of my head, but 70. I want to say 78, but I'm not sure. I'm trying to find my computer has started running slow all of a sudden. Okay, here we go. Finally found it. It came out in 78? Yeah, the original, it came out in 78. It has had 12 or 11 sequels. Most of them not that good. Now two, the first one and two, they were good. 3 is Season of the Witch. It sucked ass, in my opinion. Sorry for the language. So then you had it's come back in many reincarnations. Some of them are not so good. Some of them are decent. Some of them are pretty good. But the original, in my opinion, is the best, obviously. Now I did like, we talked about this the other night, I believe, or maybe at the beginning of this. Rob Zombie did do his take on, he did Halloween and Halloween 2 reboots. Now, once again, Rob Zombie as a writer, director, he's also a musician. I like him in all capacities: musician, writer, director. It's just kind of like Quentin Tarantino. Most people I talk to with Rob Zombie, it's either you love him or you hate him. You love his music, you hate his music. You like his movies, you don't like his movies. I happen to be a fan, so. But I did like his reimagining of the Halloween. Another thing with Rob Zombie movies, excellent writing, in my opinion, excellent dialogue, excellent casting. He too uses a combination of established actors and then some actors that you may not have heard of until you watch a Rob Zombie movie. Like Bill Moseley, I'd never seen Bill Moseley until I watched House of a Thousand Corpses, which was Rob Zombie's first movie. Of course, Sherry Moon Zombie, his wife, Rob's wife, is in some capacity or another in most or all of his movies. Michael Berryman is in a lot of his movies. Hold on, I'm trying to think. I don't want to leave anybody out because there's just so many. Trying to find a list of. Let's see. Let me find just. He did The Devil's Rejects. That one is right up there in my most watched movies. I think I do have it on this list. I'm trying to find, okay, filmography. He did House of a Thousand Corpses, Devil's Rejects, Werewolf Woman of the SS, Halloween, Halloween 2, Lords of Salem, 31, Three from Hell, The Munsters. So some of the actors that he uses a lot: Sid Haig, who passed away a few years ago, Bill Moseley, his wife Sherry Moon, Karen Black, Rainn Wilson, Walton Goggins, which Walton Goggins is at least fairly well known to me. Matthew McGrory, he unfortunately passed away a few years ago also. Yeah, it just uses really good Tom Tolles, just really, really good actors. Good casting, in my opinion. In my opinion. Hey, Gibbo, how are you doing? Oh, he says it's 7 a.m., but he's in the UK. Oh, yeah, we're still here. It is 1 a.m. In the morning here in central Arkansas. We've been on here for, good Lord, 4.5 hours. Oh, it's raining in your part of Arkansas? Yeah, it was raining here earlier. But I think we're supposed to get some more, some showers tonight. All right, so next, we kind of get away from the horror. Let's talk about comedies, rom-coms. Where the Heart Is. I love Where the Heart Is. Once again, good cast. Good story, good cast. I can watch it. I almost watched it the other night. And then I decided on The Lost Boys. Sorry, my phone keeps going off for some reason. Anyway, so Where the Heart Is came out in 2000. It follows Nova Lee. Hold on, I'm trying to get a pregnant teen abandoned at a Walmart, and this is supposedly based on a true story. Now, I don't know if it actually is. So it follows Nova Lee, who's a pregnant teen abandoned at a Walmart in small town Oklahoma. She unexpectedly finds a new life among quirky, big-hearted locals. As she overcomes hardship, forges deep friendships, and embraces motherhood, her journey becomes one of resilience and self-discovery. While melodramatic and packed with coincidences, the heartfelt performances, especially Natalie Portman, she plays Nova Lee, make it a touching, uplifting watch for fans of emotional dramas. So you also have Ashley Judd is in it. Oh, what's the guy's name that played Forney? So Natalie Portman played Nova Lee. Ashley plays Lexi. Stockard Channing is in it. If you're a Grease fan, you know who Stockard Channing is. Or if you watch, what is it, Practical Magic that she's in. Joan Cusack is in it. She plays Ruth. Dylan Bruno is in it. Dylan Bruno was on Numbers, the TV show Numbers. Keith David is in it. Sally Field plays Nova Lee's mom. Let's see who else. So just another good cast. And I think I'm trying to remember if this is based on a book or not. It might not be. No, screenplay written by. Oh, no, yeah, it was based on the book. It's based on the best-selling 1995 novel by Billy Letts. So I don't have a whole lot of what they call, rom-coms, emotional dramas, but I do love Where the Heart Is. I watched it. It's one of my go-to if I'm laying in bed. I suffer from insomnia. So if I'm laying in bed, can't go to sleep, it's one of my go-to movies to put on to watch and then fall asleep. Mustang says she remembers that movie. Miss Paula likes the movie. Yeah, if you just want something, it's got everything. I said it's got some comedy, it's got some drama. You'll laugh, you'll cry, it's very uplifting. It's about how you deal with blood family, chosen family, extended family. That's what I like about it, is the dynamics of all the characters and their relationships. All right, so we're going to quickly get through here. Okay, so as far as comedies, Friday, I love this movie. I can quote, it's been a while since I've watched it, back in the day, and it came out in 1995. Me and my brothers and his friends and my baby sister-in-law who passed away, we have watched this so many times back in the day. We could sit and quote one of those that we can sit and quote every word, every word for word, everything. Once again, in my opinion, stellar casting. You have Ice Cube, you have Chris Tucker. Oh my God, why is it? Hold on, I'm trying to get all the information. Once again, I forgot to bookmark all this stuff, so. Why is this so long? Anyway. So this is one of my go-to, if I'm in the mood for a comedy, because like I said earlier, I'm very, very picky about my comedies. But this is one of my go-to comedies that I love to watch when I'm in the mood for to watch comedy. Hold on, I'm trying to get to the, why was that so long? Good Lord. So Friday is a laid-back buddy comedy, follows Craig and Smokey as they navigate one unpredictable Friday in their South Central LA neighborhood, mixing sharp humor, quirky character, and a slice of life vibe. It swaps typical sorry, I lost my place. It swaps typical hood film violence for lighthearted, relatable misadventures. Praise for Chris Tucker's breakout role and Ice Cube's comedic turn. It's a quotable cult classic worth watching for both the laughs and the nostalgic charm. Yeah, it's very quotable. So you have Ice Cube plays Craig, Chris Tucker plays Smokey, Nia Long is Debbie, Tiny Zeus Lister is Debo. One of the greatest. I love that character. Regina King is in it. She plays Dana. John Witherspoon is in it. Bernie Mac. Just so many good actors. Yeah, this is just one I put in if I'm really, really stressed out, or like I said, just in the mood for a comedy. Yeah, this is one of my go-tos. All right. Twister. Twister's another one of my go-tos. It's got the gamut. It's got comedy. It's got some drama. It's got the cheesiness. You would think living in Tornado Alley or Dixie Alley, as they call Arkansas, or the Mid-South, Southeast. But I love Twister. Love Twister. I have not watched the new one they did. I love the original. Can you guys still hear me? My phone keeps doing weird things. It's not charging. Let me know if you can still. I know I don't have my camera on right now. I guess I could turn it on. Can you still see me and hear me? But yeah, just a good cast. You got Helen Hunt. Okay, y'all can hear me, I'm assuming. Helen Hunt. You got Bill Paxton. Good. Okay, Paula says she can hear. She loves Twister. Have you seen the? Oh yeah, you've seen the sequel. I haven't seen the sequel yet. My mom has seen it. I haven't seen it yet. It's on my to watch list, but once again, I have not got to it yet to watch it. Z says Midnight Margaritas, Stockard Channing. I love Stockard Channing ever since I saw her in Grease, Rizzo. But yeah, she's in Grease. I think she's in. Isn't she in? Is it Practical Magic? That's the one with Sandra Bullock and Nicole Kidman plays the sister witches. The Stockard Channing and is it Diane Weiss play the aunts? Unless I'm just totally getting my movies mixed up. It's really late. Yeah, I heard Boston says love it and about had our own Twister movie here last evening. I know there was tornadoes up in that area. Was it yesterday, last night? Because somebody was it Frank Meister? Because I think he in Indiana he posted a picture of a tornado. Yes, I heard about that. That they're doing the. I'm excited. They're doing the a sequel to Practical Magic, and Nicole Kidman is coming back. Sandra Bullock's coming back. I'm trying to think of if Stockard Channing and was it Diane Weiss was the other aunt. I think they're coming back. Hold on, let me look at it right quick. Yes, I'm very excited about the sequel because I love the first one. Practical Magic 2. See, I should have put Practical Magic on my list because I could watch Practical Magic over and over again too. I could watch any movie with Sandra Bullock in it over and over. So let me see if it's got the cast listing for 2. Yeah, so Sandra Bullock's coming back, Nicole Kidman, Stockard Channing, Diane Weiss, they're all coming back. Joey King, Zolo I'm gonna butcher this name. Zolo Maraduena, Maisie Williams, Lee Pace, Sully McLeod. But yeah, the sisters and the aunts are coming back. Sandra Nicole Stockard and Diane Weiss are coming back. So stoked. I don't know when it's supposed to come out though. Release September 2026. So it's got a little bit of time to go before it comes out. But yeah, I'm very, very excited about that. Right, so Twister. If you like comedy, what they call them, dramedies, comedy, drama, cheesy, over the top action. If you've never seen Twister, you'll like it if that's what you like. The Crow, one of my favorite movies of all time. The late Brandon Lee, another stellar cast in this one. Almost talking about cast, but to me, casting obviously can make or break a movie, in my opinion. So many good actors and actresses, and it's based on the graphic novel which I do have somewhere stored away. I do have the graphic novel. And also, I collect so much memorabilia about The Crow, or from, from the movie, from the graphic novels. So, of course, you have Brandon Lee, who played Eric Draven. For anybody who doesn't know, so The Crow, it came out in 1994 as an American Gothic supernatural superhero film. It's directed by Alex Proyas, based on the 1989 comic book series or graphic novels by James O'Barr. It stars Brandon Lee in his final film role, because unfortunately he was killed while making this movie. As Eric Draven, who is a rock musician, he is resurrected from the dead to seek vengeance against the gang who took his life and his fiance's life. So Brandon Lee was fatally wounded by a prop gun during filming, as he had finished most of his scenes. The film was completed through script rewrites and a stunt double and digital effects. So on Devil's Night, the plot on Devil's Night in crime-ravaged, decrepit Detroit, a young woman, Shelley Webster, is essayed and mortally wounded, while her rock musician fiance, Eric Draven, is shot and thrown to his death from the window of their loft apartment. So I don't want to read everything. Don't want to give away a lot of spoilers in case somebody who might not have seen it wants to watch it. You have Brandon Lee as Eric Draven. You have Ernie Hudson is in it as Sergeant Albrecht. Michael Wincott, love Michael Wincott, plays Top Dollar. David Patrick plays T-Bird. Angel David plays Skank. Rochelle Davis plays Sarah. Bai Ling plays Micah. You got Lawrence Mason. Michael Massey, Bill Raymond. Marco Rodriguez, just so many good actors in this movie. I just love. And this is another one that they did do sequels to and reboots. I tried to watch the sequels and some of the reboots. I just couldn't, in my opinion, or for me, after you watch the original, there's just nothing else. That's just it. You just can't improve. In my opinion, you can't improve on perfection. And this is what I think this movie is, just in my opinion. Yes. Mustang says she loves The Crow and the soundtrack. Such a good soundtrack. Such a good soundtrack. Amazing. Thank you, Miss C. She says, thanks for the great night. Got to run later, everyone. Sweet dreams, everyone. Thank you, Miss C. Once again, check out Child Junkies United. They do live streams Thursday nights, Sunday nights, 8 p.m. Central. Be there, be square. Always love it when Miss Z drops in. Once again, say hello and good night to Doc and to Moo the cat. So yeah, if you like dark, intense drama, if you haven't watched it, give it a watch. The Crow. Then of course we've talked about Die Hard. I told you I had to include it on the list, so we won't go over it again. We all know, well, either you know Die Hard and like it or you don't. We've talked about Pulp Fiction, Quentin Tarantino. Love Pulp Fiction. Another, I've talked about Quentin's casting, using established actors and resurrecting the career of some actors, as they did with, let's say John Travolta's career was resurrected in Pulp Fiction. I think we might have gone over the cast, but once again with Quentin Tarantino, usually everybody I talk to about it it's either yes or no, no gray area. You like them or you don't. Get down to the cast. I went too far. Hold on. So you got John Travolta plays Vincent. Sam Jackson plays Jules. Uma Thurman plays Mia. Harvey Harvey Keitel is in it as Winston Wolfe. Tim Roth, another one of my favorites, plays Ringo. Christian Slater, no, Christian Slater wasn't in it. Who was gonna be in it? Amanda Plummer is in it, plays Honey Bunny. Maria de Medeiros is in it. Ving Rhames, love Ving Rhames is in it. Eric Stoltz, love Eric Stoltz is in it. Rosanna Arquette, Christopher Walken. You can never go wrong with Christopher Walken. Bruce Willis, obviously, is in it. So just, yeah. Cast, writing, dialogue. In my opinion, perfect, excellent. Paula says Christmas Vacation. My baby brother, sister-in-law love Christmas Vacation. I've obviously seen it. It's okay, but I just don't know. I can't watch it all the time. Oh, Robin Hood, the one with Kevin Costner, Robin Hood. I didn't put it on the list, but that's one that I can watch over and have watched over and over. Love it, love it, love it. So Rob Zombie, Devil's Rejects. We talked a little bit about that earlier. Once again, Rob Zombie, no gray area. Usually, you love them, you like them, or you don't like them. I'm a fan, obviously. So we did talk about Devil's Rejects. It's a sequel to House of a Thousand Corpses. It follows the Firefly family. Oh, I love that movie, Shaun of the Dead. I love that movie. Love it, love it. Zombies, another one of my thing, either serious or comedic. I love zombies. The Walking Dead. Yes. So Mustang is a fan of the Devil's Rejects. So I'm assuming you like a lot of Rob Zombie's movies. Yes. Natural Born Killer. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. Natural Born Killers. Yes. Quentin did write that. He did not. Yeah, he wrote it. He didn't direct it. If I remember correctly. Yeah. But I do like. Yes, both of those. Absolutely. Oh, I almost forgot about House of Wax. I haven't watched that in a long time. Excellent. So this is technically a mini series, but the original mini series they did of the Stand, which is once again the Stephen King book, my favorite Stephen King book. I've read it numerous times. I wore out first the VHS of this. I wore it out, and then this is one that they also they had it on sale. It used to be called Vudu app. It's Fandango app. They did have it on sale, so I did buy it so I can watch it whenever I want to. Now they did do here a few years ago. They did a series, modern revised series, reboot, reimagined series of The Stand. I watched maybe the first 2 episodes of it. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. I didn't like it. Just my opinion. But once again, in the original, Paula says Adventures in Babysitting. It's been a long time since I've watched that one. Far says she and her boy watched The Stand again not too long ago. The original, this one, the original. Yeah, just some. Once again, casting. I keep harping on casting, but once again, casting is one of the things. My things, when I watch movies is when you cast the right people in the right roles, it can obviously make or break the movie. And you had so many. No, I don't want the. Don't want the reboot. I want the original. So it came out. Oh man. Keep Okay. TV miniseries. Lord, it keeps wanting me to give everything but what I'm looking at. It came out in 1994. And I remember watching it on TV when it came out. If you want to know what it's about, just Google it. It's so long. I mean, but you have Gary Sinise, played Stu. You have Molly Ringwald, Jamie Sheridan, Laura San Giacomo, Ruby Dee, Ossie Davis, Miguel Ferrer, Corin Nemec, Matt Frewer, Rob Lowe, Bill Fagerbach, Shawnee Smith, Stephen King had a cameo in it. Just Sam Raimi had a cameo in it. Ed Harris is in it. Kathy Bates, uncredited. She had just a little cameo. Just such. If you like Stephen King, we were talking about Stephen King earlier. If you like Stephen King, if you've not read The Stand, I don't know what to tell you. It's just probably I would venture to say probably my favorite book that I've ever read. And like I said, I've read it numerous times, and it's about this thick. So anyway, technically not a movie, but I've watched it so many times, over and over. Yep, the original. Yep. So you tried to watch the reboot or whatever. I couldn't. It's got to be the original. Yep. Yeah, with Molly and Gary Sinise and yeah, Captain Trips. Yeah, Jamie Sheridan. No, Captain Trips was the name of the virus or whatever, and then Jamie Sheridan played the Walking Man, Randall Flagg, whatever. He has many names, basically the devil. Yeah. So just now I want to watch it. It's been so long since I watched it. Oh, I just love it. And it's one of those books where every time I read it, I find something new or something that I might have missed, or I might interpret something a different way than the time I read it before. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those books that just, and unfortunately, it's one of those books. I say unfortunately because it was written in, when was the book written? In the 70s, I believe. Let me go to the book. But it's still, unfortunately, the things that are going on are still relevant today. The story is still relevant today. And I think, make sure. Yeah, so it was published in 1978. And it's still relevant. The story is still relevant today, unfortunately. Same things are still happening. History repeating itself. Good versus evil. Good versus evil is what it comes down to. So, not trying to get on the soapbox or anything. I'm just saying it's good versus evil. Which is most of what Stephen King's comes down to. All right. So Interview with the Vampire obviously is on the list. We talked about that earlier. So we won't go over that once again. And I can think once again, going back to kind of music with this one, Nikki Sixx of Motley Crue, for anybody who knows, I'm sure most of you know who Motley Crue is. Nikki Sixx is a bass player. Absolutely love Motley Crue. Absolutely adore Nikki Sixx. The whole reason I read Interview with the Vampire and thus discovered the world of Anne Rice is because, back in the 80s, we had, things we called magazines, and you had the pictures that you tore out and you hung them on your wall of your favorite rock stars. So one of the magazines that ended up on my wall was Nikki Sixx, and he was holding a copy of a book. And so I looked and it said Interview with the Vampire. I'm like, ooh, if Nikki Sixx likes this and reads it, I want to read it. So I went to the local bookstore when there were still bookstores, and bought a copy of Interview with the Vampire and read it, and that's how I discovered. I can thank Nikki Sixx for my discovery of the Anne Rice universe. So anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But it's funny how things like that happen. If I would have never seen that picture, I mean, I'm sure, and I was young, I'm sure I would eventually have discovered Anne Rice and you know, but just that seeing that picture and being a young, you know, in love with Nikki Sixx at the time, you know, a young girl, young teenager, and seeing, oh my God, Nikki Sixx read that book. I have to read it. And I read it, and then I fell in love with the, you know, vampires and Anne Rice, and the rest is history. Anyway, yes, The Talisman. I love The Talisman. Absolutely. Written by Stephen King and Peter Straub. Yes, ma'am. All right, so we talked about Interview with the Vampire earlier. Oh, was that the last one? Oh, that might be the last one. I think we made it to the end of the thing, but after almost 5 hours, good Lord, y'all. No wonder I can't talk anymore. And I'm out of drink, so that means thank you to everybody who has stuck around for 5 hours. I appreciate you. Miss Farr's still here. Paula's still here. Miss Z hung in for most of the night. Mustang. Far. Probably repeating myself. For everybody that was here earlier, to everybody that was here live, thank you so much. If you're watching replay, you probably have to watch it in increments an hour at a time if it's so long. Thank you so much. If you're watching on replay, I'm about to lose my voice. I have lost my voice. This was fun. I needed this. I just needed to get away from true crime, just de-stress, like I said earlier, decompose. I forgot the word that I forgot earlier. Decompress. That's it. Decompress and de-stress. So that's why we did this tonight. Like I said, if one of this community's favorite things to talk about, if we're not talking about true crime, is movies and music. So I like to do this every once in a while. Oh goodness, what did I do? Boston Christians hung in. Thank you so much. I'm trying not to forget anybody. So I'll be back Monday night for Missing Person Monday live stream. We're doing Hawaii. So I'll have to pick a city or Hawaii is going to be, I think I may do, when I was looking, I was bored at work today. It was slow until it got busy about 2:00. I did get on the Charlie Project and just kind of started looking, and there was a lot that came up from Honolulu, so we may do Missing in Honolulu for Hawaii. So I'll that's what I'll do this weekend when I'm not working, or while I'm working, who knows if it's slow. I'll get all the cases picked out and get everything researched and put together, hopefully, and be ready by Monday night. But I'm babbling, so I will thank you, Mustang. Mustang said this was fun. Yeah, I like to do the, you know, like I said, as for myself, if I'm not talking about true crime or you know, I love talking about music, movies, you know, whatever. Actors, actresses, TV shows, you know, entertainment or paranormal or whatever, weird stuff, or horror movies, horror genre. Thank you, Miss Farr. Says, thank you, Southern Gal. Great live. Don't forget those movies I gave you. Yes. I expect to report back on them. All right. I've been given an assignment. Yeah, thank you. Boston says, thank you so much for the decompress or the decomposition. Thank you, everybody. So we will be back. I will take a couple of days to recuperate my voice. And we'll be back Monday night. So with that said, I will leave you. Why is that still up there? Hold on, trying to get everything worked out here. Let's see. I'll do the kitty cat, the fur baby outro tonight, and then Monday night I will debut the new outro that I made. The serious outro, the new one I made. I will debut that Monday night. So thank you to everybody. Have a good weekend. Stay safe, stay warm or cold, whatever you want to be. Stay dry. Be kind to one another. We're all we have. And I love you guys, and I will see you Monday night.